Nomad at Night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, No Maniacs, welcome into the show. Welcome into this all brand new, all eyes on future Chicago Bears podcast. Well, my guy FFG here with us to rock this evening with us. And later, at some point, somewhere around 45 minutes to an hour from now, kids will be back in here to kick it with us tonight, have some fun talking about some of these great players on both teams. Just to be real clear with you guys, I'm going to tell you guys right now, this is a disclaimer. I have got my heart set on, if I had my choice to draft right now, if I was Ryan Poles, I wouldn't mind Ryan Poles drafting every player from the Ohio State Buckeyes team. Every single one of them. Every draft pick be Ohio State players. That's how good and deep that team is. I'm telling you guys, I mean, they have a superior team. I feel sorry for Notre Dame tonight. You know, hopefully they bring it and make sure this is not a mismatch. But I swear on paper, this don't look good. You know what I mean? Ohio State is deep and talented on every freaking level. And then we got a ton of football players to talk about. I mean, an absolute ton of them on both sides, whether it's Ohio State, Notre Dame. We got it all covered for you, man. We're going to look at some draft, prospects here, and we're going to have fun doing it, FFG. So what say you, man, and how you doing?
I like your enthusiasm. That's for damn sure. Because you was telling me about this earlier. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of great players in this game tonight, just a wealth of talent to choose from. So we have probably every position that we can think of that we need, especially some in dire need, that we can actually focus in on today from this game. And depending on how well people play or who plays and who doesn't, the draft stock may go up or may down, which may help us get a better player or may force us to move up in the draft, which I hope we don't have to do. But I'm not with Nomad as far as Notre Dame ain't got no chance, even though Ohio State is stacked. But it's all about what you do on the field. It ain't about what's on paper. So we finna find out.
Amen to that, man. I appreciate the optimism there, man. It's I'm not trying to sway nobody's opinion one way or another, man. We're gonna find out here. We're gonna talk about some of those players here in just a minute. That's why we got in here a full hour ahead of time, because we got that many players to cover, man. We got that many guys to talk about. But first, FFG, I don't know where you were at, but it's some stuff. I don't know if you took a nap or whatever. I didn't see you in the chat, nothing. And we had to do an emergency podcast to the breaking news that the Bears just hired Ben Johnson as the new head coach. That happened.
What?
Oh, so you didn't know that?
No, I was working. I told you I've been at work.
Oh, yeah.
All afternoon.
All right. So, all right. So we just hired Ben Johnson as the new head coach. And right after that, news came out that he's reportedly bringing Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator, which gets me all, I'm getting all sweaty right now thinking about all this film I'm going to look at when this show is over tonight. I'm digging in. I'm digging into not only Dennis Allen's defense. I know all about it now. I can tell you all about it now. But I'm going to do some further research into not only the defense, the scheme, but the players that we could possibly grab in the free agent market or maybe via trade, however we decide to do it. There's a lot to be look forward to. Not only that part of it, the offensive side of the ball. We know what Ben Johnson can bring to the table and what style of football he's going to want to play to get us wins over here. And it's going to be a physical brand of football, but that all starts up front. And so the reason he's gotten this job, I think he should cut some of that check to the offensive line coach over there, Hank Fraley, who I hope and pray he brings along with him and makes him a part of the staff. He's going to have to probably give him some kind of assistant head coaching job or official offensive coordinator, even though Ben Johnson will be calling the plays. This guy is a stud offensive line coach. And in order for us to get that over here in Chicago, that guy's a must. We got to find a way to get Hank Fraley over here. But the whole fan base is a buzz, FFG, man. It's everybody excited, man. It's that jolt of optimism everybody's been looking for.
Hey, I'm glad they finally chose a coach. I'm not sure if it's the right coach yet, because we need a lot more proof.
By the way, Dennis Allen isn't confirmed. Thanks, Minister Charles. That's true. It's not. He's the first thing that came out soon as the hire was made, and so I'm just praying that we get that guy. My fault, dog.
Oh no, it's all gravy. Big ups to Minister Charles. Big up to everybody in the chat. Frank Keyrose, Mr. Mayhem, Aunt Moss. All the OGs rolling. Marco King. Mr. Squall's up in the building. I ain't seen you in a minute. So Pepe Sylvia, excuse me, in the house. Look, I know a lot of people wanted Ben Johnson, and for good reason. He's a great offensive mind. I think he's going to benefit one side of the ball. I'm just not sure if he's 100% full on blow as a head coach material. He's going to have to prove that, just like anybody else who walked in the building. They're going to have to prove it. Because from what I've seen, he's been kind of sheltered behind the person who's had to take it in the face their whole career as the head coach. He's been able to sit back in the booth and call plays. Now he's going to have to be in the front line. So when the bullets start flying, this is where you can tell people's character. And so we finna find out in the next 10 months what's about to really happen and who he really can be as a coach. And that's what I'm looking forward to one way or the other.
Yeah, it's Mr. Charles said he heard they hiring kids at DC. They hired kids at DC. We screwed. And
we done.
We don't know jack shit. Nothing. But yeah, man, it's funny, man. I'm just excited about, y'all know I'm a defensive guy. I love the defense, man. And that part about it, I hope that comes to fruition, man, because that would be a stud hire, man. I mean, I'm optimistic cautiously about Ben Johnson because you gotta, it's not just a Caleb situation here. You know what I mean? It's not just a Caleb situation. It's an entire team that's got to go through the process of learning the new offense. Defense has got to learn a new scheme, new language on both sides of the ball, and just getting around all those players and being able to manage it all, being able to connect with them and getting them, really sing on the same note. And that's the whole idea. So, everybody knows Ben Johnson wasn't my, the guy that I would have preferred to get hired, but I'm not going to piss on it for sure. And I think that, given the opportunity, we will see, what he can bring to the table. I'm not going to be one of those pessimistic people because it wasn't the guy I wanted. I'm just going to root for him because now he's one of us. And that's just how I'm wired, man. I don't care nothing about none of that. You think you got the right guy? Okay, let's root. Let's cheer for him. Let's go. That's just how I feel about the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm really optimistic to see what he puts in front of Caleb as far as the line to be able to run his scheme effectively, because I think he's one of the better offensive minds in the game right now. So how he protects our young quarterback is going to be what I'm looking forward to most going forward, because that's going to allow him and the rest of the offense to operate efficiently. And if that happens, then yeah, sky's the limit for the Bears. But if it's the same broke down, some guys play this week, some guys don't, we have no idea every week to week, no continuity, then it's really not going to matter how great the plays are called. And Caleb's going to have to buy in as well. So we're going to see how those two dimensions match up and become successful.
So Pepe asked me who was I hoping for. I had to tell him selfishly, man, I was one of those Thomas Brown homers. I really hoped that he would get an opportunity to get the full enchilada and, the whole offseason to really instill what he can bring to the table. I was really rooting for that guy, and I have no shame about it. And I know a lot of people like, really, Thomas Brown? Yes. I think everybody starts somewhere. Just like even Ben Johnson, he started somewhere. You know what I mean? Nobody knew who he was a few years ago, but all of a sudden, here he is. It's just about opportunity, the platform you're on, and that would have been like, I would have been happy as a lark if we'd hired Thomas Brown, probably the only person in the fan base. But I would have been okay with it. I'm all right with that kind of stuff. But that being said, man, let me read a couple more comments before we get to some players. Let me see here. Mr. Charles says Johnson could bring in an OC and DC with firm personalities that make this work. They would both have to be hardcore, though. I think that's true, man. I think he learned something in Detroit that you got to find CD guys like that, right? And as coordinators, as assistants, position coaches, and really preach that mentality. And it's going to start with him and bringing in the right guys. I know Dennis Brown is CD as hell. Him and Tom Brady got in a fist fight on the sidelines in a live game. He's CD as shit. I'll tell you that right now. But you are absolutely right, Minister Charles. You got to bring the right coaches and coordinators in to bring that CD ass attitude that we're looking for. So let me read one or two more. Crooked Commish says he's cautiously optimistic, just like me. Don't blame me, man. It's a wait and see approach, man. You gotta see, the one thing I always try to lead with is a caveat that it's going to take time, and the same as with any other quarterback in any other system, he's going to need time. Cape's going to need time to learn this thing and get around that learning curve, and so that's going to be the process. But putting together a great defense and a solid offensive line definitely will help him along in that regard. Wouldn't you agree, FFG?
Yeah. The number one thing is if you have a quality line in front of you, learning the offense is a lot easier because you ain't worried about looking to your left, looking for your right, running for your life. So you can focus on the play down the field, making the right read, and actually studying the defense and not having to worry. Look at yesterday. Lamar Jackson had all day to throw the ball. It was ridiculous. He just sat back there and waited. Now, if Caleb would get half that time, we'd be in good standing. Every play, if you get them 4 or 5 seconds, not 9 to 10, but 4 to 5. If you can average 4+ seconds a throw, we'd be in great shape going into next season. And that way, all the stuff that Ben Johnson does would be magical for the Bears.
Yeah. But it all starts in the trenches, like we always talk about over here on this show, man. It's got to be. I'm glad in a way that Ryan Poles did this way and hired the guy that, to me, that their offense is the envy of the league. To be honest with you, why is because it's not complicated, very very simple. It's not it's not a lot of layers to it. Like I said, it's bells and whistles to every offense. Like Ben Johnson has those, the reverses, double reverses. The handoff, toss back to the quarterback, throw the ball down. Oh, he's got all that kind of stuff. But when to apply it, when to use it, like he did that shit against Washington at the exact wrong time when he didn't need to. When he did the reverse with Jameson Williams and Jameson went and threw the ball.
That interception, yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was the wrong time to do that. He didn't need to do that then. But you can. I wouldn't say that he has a problem with that as some kind of epidemic or anything like that, but that was really bad looking for him. But I'm optimistic, man. You don't have to complicate this thing. Let's just play some hard-nosed football, protect the quarterback, and a run game and a great O-line will do that. Will really expedite the process for Caleb Williams is what I think will happen. He doesn't have to put too much on his shoulders. He can turn around and hand the ball off. How he feels about handing the ball off 30, 40 times a game, I don't know. But he's going to have to live with it because that's what it's going to be.
Actually, man, that's one thing I do like about his projection as the head coach and offensive coordinator, or at least calling the plays. Detroit runs the ball a lot, and they have a two-headed monster that they run the ball about 30 times a game. Guaranteed, just the running backs, not no quarterback runs or scrambles or whatever. They're calling running plays, which allows the offensive line to dominate where they're not just dipping back, and they don't run a whole lot of shotgun either. So it's going to be a change for a lot of people, especially the offensive line, because now they're going to be able to let loose and be able to maul people and wear them down. So that's why Detroit be beating the crap out of people, because they wear them down. So that offensive line is really going to have a leg up going forward. So when the passing game is in effect, they don't have to work as hard because the defensive pass rush is going to slow down.
You remember, I think we was a couple of shows ago, FFG, we were talking about, the difference between our offensive line and your average offensive line in the NFL and how they get off the ball. Now, I think it might have been kids I was talking to. But, one thing I pointed out to him and told him, you just go check this out on film and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, they don't get off the ball right. You know what I mean? They don't get off the ball and get after dudes. The defense gets off the ball quicker than them and gets after the offensive line, which in turn puts them on their heels. The exact polar opposite goes on in Detroit. those dudes get off the ball and they get after motherfuckers. I mean, gets after those dudes. They like get downhill and they're attacking that defense like it's almost like they're a gang the way it looks, man. It's like they really get downhill and get on your defense, man. And it's I'll be honest with you, man. It looks oppressive, you know. You know what I mean? It's like it looks like oppression as a defense. Like, damn, they just really out there just brutalizing dudes, man. But it's some impressive stuff to see, man. How they put a defense on his heels on a regular like that, week in, week out.
As soon as you step in the alley, they own you behind. That's what I look at it like. They're not waiting for you to get set up. They're not waiting for you to stretch. And they straight hammer, pedal to the metal. We don't need your permission to attack you. We coming. Every play, we coming. So you're going to be the one that's tired at the end of the game because we getting our aggression on you early instead of you getting your aggression out on us where we twisting ankles and falling down and we getting pancaked. They doing the exact opposite. And their tight ends block well, and they run a lot of jumbo packages, which I love to see, especially all the problems we have in the red zone. They run a lot of jumbo packages. So that running game is really going to be what we need to be able to beat teams down with, especially down the stretch, especially in the cold, especially and during playoff time, which I can't wait to see.
All right. With that being said, man, we got all evening long. We'll talk about Bears. We'll sprinkle in some of these conversations on how some of these players that we're about to look at right now, while I change the screen up and pull the first player up on the board. But we got a ton of guys to talk about. And the first one right off the board is, I don't think he's playing tonight, Benjamin Morrison. Probably top 5, top 10 corner.
He's not going to play.
Okay. Probably top 5, but he's worth talking about because he's going to get drafted high. Probably top 5, top 10 corners in this draft, man. He's got it all. Ball hawk, sticky in man coverage, equally impressive in zone. There's not a thing that you would dislike about Benjamin Morrison. Even though we won't see him tonight, 6'1", 190 pounds, man, he's everything. He's got the complete package. And if we were to go into the draft and Jalen Johnson somehow wasn't a part of this team, and we had to go in the draft and get another corner, you would not be mad at this. Look, Benjamin Morrison is uniquely talented. I mean, Notre Dame is not really known big time cornerbacks, but he's probably one of the better ones I've ever seen come out of there, man. Physically, and his traits are just elite, in my opinion, man. I really like this kid.
First thing Nomad wrote down, I wrote down. He's a ball hawk. This kid stays on his man, and with his speed and his change of direction, you really can't beat him off the line. You can't beat him in zone. And as soon as he sees the play, he's like a missile. He's right up there either breaking the pass up or intercepting and taking the other way. So when you want a great cover corner, depending on the type of defense you play, he can do it all. And that's his best, because one good thing that helps him out a lot to be able to play coverage like that is because they play a lot of man-to-man at Notre Dame because they all out blitzing a lot. They're bringing the heat up front, so he's got to be, a stud back there. And Notre Dame shows it a lot. And you're going to see a couple other dudes coming up. But that's the reason why they can do that, because they can take their top receiver one-on-one every play.
The guy, Benjamin Morrison, is everything you want to see in a cornerback. Long, lengthy, physical. The body type is perfect. He's perfect cornerback, man. He is absolutely perfect. And his stickiness and that ball hawking ability, man, is elite, even at the highest level right here. I think he's a day one starter somewhere the minute he gets drafted. I don't think they're going to sit him down. I think he'll tear it up in training camp and be a starter. And so I'm really impressed with this kid. I wish we would see him in this game, but we will not because he is injured. On to the next player.
Wait, one last thing, Nomad, about this kid. Look at that picture. Look at him arms. His arms got to be like 36. This kid got some long arms. That's why he's always in position, either knocking the ball away or intercepting, because them old meat hooks he got out there reaching out and touching somebody.
He's got some pterodactyls on him for sure, man. But let's get to the next guy. Howard Cross, defensive tackle, 6'1", 288 pounds, senior. He'll be drafted as a 3-tech if he's drafted. he's a great hand fighter. That's the one thing that really stood out to me about Howard Cross. He's just really good at hand fighting, but I've noticed that to be a trait amongst all the Notre Dame defensive tackles and edge rushers, that they're really good with their hands. So whoever the coach is down there is doing a really damn good job with them as far as that hand work goes. Good rip under pass rush technique when he's engaged. He's arm to arm, shoulder to shoulder with the offensive lineman. He's got a rip under move that's really, I think, elite for this level in college. It's like a trait that you would see, in a seasoned veteran NFL guy. He's got that going on for him already, and I like that trait about him because it's going to get him a lot of wins on the next level if given the opportunity. And he does have above average power. He's only 288, and so for the teams that really like, a little bit undersized defensive tackle or 3 technique guy kind of guy, I think he's like that 3-4 under technique kind of guy. And I think, if you're running that kind of scheme, I think Howard Cross is going to suit that very, very well. But I'm very impressed with his hands, and that rip under technique is pretty superior for this level.
Yeah, Howard Cross, he may be a little undersized, but don't let that fool you, because his power and his speed is what you wouldn't expect from a guy this size. And he's got a nonstop motor. So once he gets past you, because he can hand fight, he gets great, even the spin move he's got is above average. So once he's past the defensive tackle or defensive a guard or center, he's pushing the pile and he's on the quarterback immediately because of his. So you don't want to leave him one-on-one. He's actually a great one-on-one player. And since he doesn't get double teamed as much, you can see the way he affects a play. And that's the reason why Notre Dame rushes for and maybe blitzes a linebacker, because he'll sew up a gap. And now the linebacker's through automatically, and or the safety's coming off the corner, and boom, they're making tackles because of the way they push the pile inside, because they can win one-on-one or two-on-one in most cases.
Yeah, I think he's he's one of those guys that I don't know that he's necessarily a fit here and what I think we'll be doing here, but he's a guy interesting enough to keep an eye on. I do like what he does, man, and what they do. The D-line coach is pretty good down there at Notre Dame. I'm telling you, the hand fighting techniques are something that really sticks out if you watch those guys hard enough on film. The All-22 tells you everything you need to know, and they are good at that. So Howard Cross, keep an eye on him, number 56. Next guy here, Rylie Mills. He's the true stud of the defensive line. I think he is also injured. I'm not sure if he's playing in this game.
No, he's out for the season.
Okay, so Rylie Mills, I think he'll get drafted high too. In fact, somewhere in that first round territory, if not early second. Very, very good, solid 6'5", 295-pound senior. Very, very strong hands, powerful. I mean, just in his position, versatile. He's one of those guys, like if you watch Kansas City play, you know how they play with Big 95, and he just all over the defensive line. That's kind of how they use Rylie Mills in this scheme. He's just anywhere. He can be lined up right over the nose. He can be right up there, out there at 5, wide 9, playing 3 tech. He can do it all. And, he doesn't, it's like the level doesn't come down depending on what technique they ask him to play. He steps up at every level, at whatever technique they ask him to do. Rylie Mills is going to be a stud football player on the next level. To be a down in, down out defensive tackle, in my opinion, he might need to pick up 5 to 10 pounds of muscle, depending on the scheme. Like if he came here, he's probably gonna have to get a little bit more stout than he is right now, but he's got good size as is. Really, really impressive football player right here.
Yeah, for me, he's probably one of the best interior to rotate out to the end pass rushers, interior player in the draft. And what people don't realize, that he sheds blocks better than any defensive tackle I've seen this year, regardless of what team I've been watching. He gets to the ball carrier or he gets to the quarterback on a consistent basis. There's nothing this kid can't do. And with the power that he has and the way that he moves the pile, it's very hard to move him out of the lane. That's what you see a lot of the double teams where guys are just getting pushed out. You don't see that with him. He holds his ground, and he usually gets past the defender. And if he plays one-on-one or if he's wide, like you said, wide 9 technique, it's over for most tackles. Wholeheartedly, they're done. So he's probably the best versatile lineman that AAA going to see, even though he's not playing tonight, that you're probably going to see in the draft, because he can do it all, and you can put this kid anywhere on the line you want to.
Position versatility is his strength, and his power and good hands, and just like you said, that block shedding is a hand technique operation that this, I'm telling you, these coaches are really good at down there in Notre Dame, and he's good. He's just damn good at it, and that's one of his superpowers right there. Is exactly right. How he shed blocks. It is a really good trait of his that I am impressed with. Also, here's the next guy, and that is this is a guy you guys would do me a favor, you guys. Go and write these names down if you can. If you got time and you're able to, write the names down and do the research on your own and see if what we're talking about matches up to what you're seeing on tape. That's the best thing about what we can do over here. We can show you guys who these players are, but go check them out for yourself and come back and let us know, maybe in the comment section or on the next show, whichever you choose, what you thought about it. Does what we say match up with what you saw on film? I'm really interested to see what you guys say. But Jack Kiser, this guy reminds me so much of Jack Sanborn, because he's just all around. He's just all around. I mean, just great instinctual, just an instinctual guy, solid tackler. I mean, just versatile. You can line him up, plays downhill. He can play back in coverage. Just solid all around, man. It's just he's just one of those guys that you need to. The play goes through him. They get past the D line. I need you to make a stop, Jack. Jack is going to do everything you ask him to do. I mean, he's one of those just do everything linebackers that can go from will to middle to strong. It doesn't matter where he plays. It's just put me on the field and call my name, coach. That's the kind of player he is. I think he's wherever he gets drafted, somebody just got an asset in a linebacker because he does everything pretty well.
Yeah, he stole my thunder. Basically, he's Jack Kiser and Jack Sanborn with more speed, and he's more like what you see in Detroit Anzalone with less hair, because he plays everywhere. He can rush, he can play the run, he can drop back in coverage. He's just an all-around solid linebacker, and it really doesn't matter which position you put him in. It really doesn't. It's bar none. He's probably the one guy that you can say, hey, I need you to play this week. I need you to play this week. Or somebody got hurt. Okay, I need you to move outside for the next 2 plays or the next quarter because so-and-so is hurt. And he's going to skip a beat. That's what you want in a linebacker. Just his thought process and his recognition are very, very fast. And when he sees it, he hits it. Period, point blank.
Very, very instinctual guy, man. Being 6'2", 231 pounds, and being able to go from will, you can, like most people want a middle linebacker around his height at least, 6'2", 6'3", the guy that has some range, and you got to throw the ball kind of over him, alter the pass trajectory. But Jack Kiser is absolutely a stud linebacker, man. It's one of the top guys in his class. I'd say in the top 15. Top 20, somewhere in that neighborhood out of the whole country. That's really, really good. And he's going to be an asset to whatever team he goes to. But here's the next guy real quick. And that is offensive tackle Tosh Baker. 6'8", 320 pounds senior. Really good athlete for his size, man. Really good athlete. He plays basketball as well. And so the body type, you can look at 6'8", 320 pounds. You would imagine he's probably played a little hoop somewhere. But that just adds to his fluidity as an athlete. I think it's a really good trait for a guy his size to have that kind of nimbleness to him. So he's a really good athlete, great length. I mean, just extremely long arms. So those speed rushers, and that's the next part about him. The speed rushers, he can repair really fast, I would say, just because of that length. The speed rushers, that maybe do get past him, he can repair and kind of correct what might have went wrong on his set, and put that arm out and those arms out and kind of usher that speedy rusher away from the quarterback really well, man. So his length is really his best trait about him, man. That length is a special trait for him. Extremely long arms, but the athleticism that he has for the size of guy he is, 6'8", 320 pounds, it's kind of surprising, man. But that's what it is in Notre Dame, man. They have a great pedigree when it comes to offensive linemen, and he definitely fits the bill. FFG, are you still there? Okay, we lost FFG for a minute. He's working at the same time as, you know what, Cornelius, Tosh Baker's bull rush capability needs some work, to be honest with you. I'm not going to say that he's really stout at anchoring in the bull rush. It's going to take a coach to get him to sit down a little bit more, Cornelius, because I think that's mostly his problem, in my opinion, is he's a little straight up, and most guys with that kind of length usually tend to have that kind of problem as they're coming out of college until they get to the right team in the NFL and the right coach that teaches them to sit down a little bit more and really utilize that lower body to stop some of that pressure that's coming against him. He can be good in anchoring against the bull rush a lot better than he is right now. So I think the ceiling is pretty high for him for that reason. But that's Tosh Baker. Let me get to the next guy. Beaux Collins, 6'3" receiver from Notre Dame, 6'3", 202-pound senior. He doesn't, most teams are looking for that kid with the long speed, and that's usually the trait that gets most fans excited about a receiver. How fast is he? That's a very good trait, and everybody wants that on their team. But sometimes you can run into guys that have other things about them that really make up for not having that long speed. And so the 50-50 ball winner, he is. You throw the ball up, and he's got great catch radius. You put it up, 9 times out of 10, he's coming down with that ball. And, that's a really good trait for him to have. Am I saying I think he's possession receiver type? He's great. He'd be a great X receiver in this offense. And, what do you think about Beaux Collins, FFG?
Yeah, he's a consummate X receiver. I've been watching him his whole college career because he played for my other team, Clemson. And he was a sometime receiver. They use him in certain packages, but he usually is the guy that you want to get the ball to when you need a big play. So when you need one of them 30, 40, 50-yard chunk plays, that's the kid you throw it to, because he's going to out-jump everybody. And because he's got that humongous wingspan, he catches everything that is thrown his way. He's going to be an X receiver in the league. He's not going to beat you off the line of scrimmage and slants and those kind of things. He needs more time to set up or to get down the field. But if the line can give him that time to get off the ball and to get to where he needs to go or to be in that vicinity, it's usually a catch. So he'll probably be a later round pickup, but he is a good prospect because there's certain things that you can work with him on. He's never going to run a 4.3. That ain't going to happen. But you put the ball in his area, he going to get it. And you don't have to put it low. You don't have to put it, behind him or whatever, because he can still snatch all those things with his wingspan. And he's a great one-handed catcher, which most people don't know.
I think he's got some good traits about him. Like I tell people all the time, don't let the mind get so overwhelmed with how fast is he. Like you said, if he doesn't run a 4.3, there's many of the really good wide receivers in the league that ain't running nowhere near no 4.3, but they're still really effective in the NFL because they're good at their craft at doing the route running. He's a technician, he's an early budding technician. That's where he's going to really have to hang his hat in the NFL, is the technical aspect of route running and, the tricks in the trade of learning to be the Keenan Allen type guy. You know what I mean? Where you're not going to burn past nobody, but you can do other things to make yourself available and and turn yourself into eye candy for the quarterback because you're always getting open. And that's the technical part and aspect of the trade that he has, man. And he's gonna have to get there. He's not exactly where he should be, but I think with some work, right wide receiver coach, I don't think it won't take a whole hell of a lot of time for him to get up to speed. But really good upside for this kid, man. I wouldn't highlight him for no reason. But that's Beaux Collins.
A great red zone target.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. He's also a great red zone target.
Yes, he is. Absolutely. I think that's what his bread and butter is. High ball, just the 50-50 balls and throw it up high. Great hands, man. Great hands and that length. He just offers that dimension to him that, for a quarterback, it's hard to get something going in the red zone. You got this guy on a corner route and you throw a high ball and there's a 50-50 chance he gets it. This guy's going to come down with it more times than not. But he's got some good upside to him. But the next guy is one of the reasons why and we were doing the show last night, FFG, when I was talking about, if we were to move off of, and a lot of people didn't like it, but if we were to, the coach decided to move away from Cole Kmet, like where could we find a tight end in the draft that gives us something complimentary to Cole Kmet? See, one thing I know about Notre Dame is that's kind of like tight end U. So it's like places like I would say Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan. These guys routinely pump out great tight end, and this guy here is huge. Mitchell Evans is 6'5", 260-pound senior, huge, absolutely a monster of a tight end. Gronk type. It's just what you see when you watch him play. But those hands of his are absolutely special, FFG. I mean, absolutely special. It says it's like he has adhesive material. I know the gloves have that kind of stick 'em to him because I wore them myself. But this dude there's something special about his hands, man. For a guy that big to have mitts that soft, it's rare. It's really, really rare, man, and really good catch radius. You would imagine at 6'5" and have arms that long, has a really big catch radius, man. So he's one of those guys where I would not have any problem if they moved on from Cole Kmet and they brought a kid like this in. And he's going to give you – he's that perfect wide tight end, man. This is the kind of guy you want.
I'm going to tell you like this. This kid is the best blocking tight end that catches everything you've ever seen. Yeah, don't forget Iowa. I'm with you, Squalls, the Big Ten, because it's right now. They just said the other night. It's Notre Dame, Penn State, and Iowa, the three schools that have the most tight ends in the league by far. It's not even close to nobody else. Most conferences don't have as many tight ends in the league as those three schools today. Just that's how good they are. That's what they do. And this kid catches everything. And he's what you call a safety blanket in the passing game. And he will maul you in the running game. Screens, whatever you have drawn up, downfield, he is tossing folks. So I've seen him play his whole career. And you wouldn't believe the crap that's been thrown up to him that he's caught one-handed, over the shoulder, behind the back. Just is ridiculous how well this kid catches the ball. And for a guy who only gets 5 or 6 targets a game, maybe. It ain't like he's a high-volume receiver. Now, he's had whole drives where he's pushed Notre Dame down the field, and he has other games where he can get the ball for 2 quarters. So it depends on how you utilize this kid, but he'll be a great weapon on the next level, depending on how you use him. He's never going to be Brock Bowers, but he's going to be better than Brock Bowers in an all-around sense. That's just the kind of catch you want to be tight end on your team.
FFG, in the last 2 hours, I've had to reconfigure some of these players that, and by the way, man, doing these player profiles is really a labor of love for me. It's a lot of work to make sure you get all these players and get them profiled, do all these player cards for you guys, but that's a labor of love because this is where I shine, and we shine as a network, showing you guys that, some of these people that not a lot of people are talking about. And I just love this, having to reconfigure my brain to imagine Sam Laporta in Mitchell Evans. And I can see Sam Laporta and Mitchell Evans in an offense like he's going to run here in Chicago. So this guy is very realistic as a piece to really, really study and watch and pay close attention to in the draft, because if they go, and the bad thing about it is I don't know that we'll draft a tight end early enough to really take advantage of Mitchell Evans. I think he's going to be one of the first ones off the board. So I mean, he's got everything you want in the tight end. I mean, every single thing, in line as a blocker, soft hands as a receiver. He's not the speediest, I'm going to run down the field and run right past. He brings about exactly what Gronk brings to the table. Toughness, physical toughness with soft ass hands, man. Just really, really good at his job. I'm really impressed with this kid right here. But on to the next guy. Here's one of the more underrated players on Notre Dame's defense. Now, I truly believe R.J. Oben, edge rusher, 6'3", 262-pound senior. I truly believe he's going to be a better fit in a 3-4 scheme. And the reason I profiled these guys before we made the hire of head coach and possibly getting Dennis Allen in here as the coordinator, I made these profiles before that. And so I really think he's a 3-4 edge rusher, but I can see him. He's got the strength to really transfer his game into being a fingers in the dirt 4-3 edge rusher. Now, good burst, really good burst, good power, and pass rush ability is he's got some skill set to him. He's got a couple tricks up his bag, but really good against the run. He's a great edge setter too, man. So he's one of those guys that you get kind of gets overlooked, but I'm telling you, he's going to be, if he's healthy and he's playing in this game, you're going to hear his name being called over and over again. And sometimes it's the things that the camera doesn't see or you don't see as a viewer when you're watching something live. Some of the stuff he does that forces other things to happen, like setting the edge. You all know what that means. He sets the edge and kind of sets the table to keep a run from breaking containment, man. He's just really good at that. Really impressive player, but I do think he's more of a 3-4 edge rusher than 4-3.
All day. One thing I could say about him, he's raw. He plays mostly in certain packages for Notre Dame. So he hasn't been an every down kind of pass rusher or defensive end for them. But when the way they utilize him, even when he's in on the run, because his speed and mobility, because he's so versatile, he can set the edge. And when he's on the pass rushing side of things, he's around the tackle with ease. With his speed, his moves, and the power that they don't think he has, he's in the backfield. So he kills a lot of running plays in that regard when they're trying to run at him. He's already in the backfield. Either the running back changes direction or he's caught for a loss. Or he's all the way to the quarterback, and he runs a lot of people down from behind. Because he's got a motor that will not stop because of his size. He really is so lean that speed really benefits him when it comes to power rushing.
One thing that you all should notice, everybody watching the show, is he's got incredible arm length. He's got incredible arm length and some pretty strong ass hands, and he goes from speed to power pretty well with that long arm stab. That's one of his special traits. Is one of his superpowers, and it's hard to stop, man. That arm length of his is special, and that hand that he's got powerful hands for a kid that size. You expect the kind of hand power to be a guy that's 6'5", 6'6", 300 pounds, but he's got that special trait to him with his hands and his arms, man. You'll see, he'll flash on you guys, and you'll see what I mean. There we go. Let me look at the next guy here. This guy's fun to watch right here. Rocco Spindler, a guard. If his name is Rocco, he knew he was destined to be a certain kind of guy, right? You Rocco. Hey, Rocco, where's he at? Where's Rocco? Oh, he's upstairs eating an aluminum can again. He's just one of those kind of guys, man. 6'5", 331 pounds. He's a senior, really, really, really stout. And people talk about he's an interior guy, but he's like a brick wall when it comes to base, his anchor and base in that pass protection. He's a wall in there, man. I mean, that dude is really rock solid, man. He's exactly what you want in a guard. But when you're playing, let's just say we're playing a style of offense where you're going to be pulling the guard a lot, he's not particularly that fleet-footed to where we would pull this guard and try to make this play on a regular in this game. Like Detroit does that a lot of times. He's not that guy, but he's exactly a plug-and-play starting guard. 331 pounds, man, stout, solid base and anchor. He's just formidable in the pass rush. That's what really, really stuck out to me, man. He's a little seedy too, man. He plays with a little salt to him.
My word for this kid is junkyard dog because you run up against him, he gonna fight you, he gonna maul you, and you try to run into him, he gonna hold you right there at the gate. You ain't getting through without a pass. And he ain't giving out no hall passes. Straight up. So, and he wrestles people to the ground. His motor don't stop when it comes to, and he'll take on a defensive tackle, toss him aside, and still get over to the linebacker on the second level in the run game. This kid is that powerful. I'm just telling you. Wait till you see him tonight. He's gonna be stonewalling some cats coming from Ohio State side of the ball. He's just that nasty. This kid is one of them brawlers in the middle. That's what you want, a brawler and a mauler.
You're looking for that toughness. You're looking for that finisher. Like a lot of people like to hear that word finisher when it comes to offensive linemen. It's a really important trait, in my opinion, in order for you to set the tone and really have a personality to your entire offensive line. You need guys that finish and play with some attitude. This guy, hey, you will like him. I'm just gonna tell you right now, he's gonna do some stuff tonight. Hopefully, we'll see some stuff. But Rocco Spindler, you guys will love this guy on tape. You will absolutely love Rocco Spindler on tape.
He's what TreVeyon Jenkins is when he's healthy, but just a little more nastier.
I don't know about nastier, but he's up there in that category. Okay? We'll give him that. We'll give him that. Hold on a second. Let me get to some, because that rounds it out. Almost rounds it out. Here
hold on, man.
Hold on. I got you. So here, this guy right here is probably hands down. I ain't gonna say hands down, because I think it's a toss-up between Xavier Watts and the cornerback that we showed first. I think it's a toss-up between which one of these guys is the better player. I think they're equally talented. I almost said a slam dunk, hands down, but it's not. I think that corner is equally as talented at corner as Xavier Watts is at safety. 6 foot, 203-pound senior, and he's a box safety and a free safety. You can, whatever you desire for him to go play, he's right there for you. He is absolutely a top 3 safety in this draft class. Completely well-rounded in every area. I dare anybody to go watch Xavier Watts play and come back and in a comment section after the show or whenever you see us live and come back and tell me you saw a flaw in his game. Just try it. Just try it. He's one of those guys. I mean, Xavier Watts is everything you want as a safety. And so there's a couple of guys, there's a handful of three to five guys that I have on my particular radar. And if we have to replace Jaquan Brisker, which I think is a high likelihood that we will, and you're going to need a plug and play right now, strong safety or free safety, strong safety. This is the guy, one of the guys that I would definitely, my favorite dude is Lathan Ransom, hands down. But this kid right here is a very, very close second or third right here. Xavier Watts is he's going to be a stud on the next level, no question about it.
Speaking of hands down, he's my favorite player in Notre Dame and probably one of my favorite players coming out in this draft by far. This kid is always around the ball. I don't know what it is, but he finds the ball. He finds the play. He diagnoses everything extremely well. I mean, everything they ask him to do, whether it's blitzing, whether it's covering the tight end, whether it's playing deep coverage, hashes, whether it's man-on-man, whether it's zone, whether he's filling in for basically linebacker, nickel, he does it all extremely well. You can't ask for a better football player. And that's what he is. He's a football player. I mean, he's almost positionless when it comes to the secondary, except playing corner, which he has done for Notre Dame over his career. So he can do it all. And he's fast enough to keep up with damn near everybody. So there's nothing lacking about his game. There's absolutely nothing. For all the people that I've seen, I would take this kid and you can mold him in whatever free safety, strong safety, whatever you want him to be. The only thing I wouldn't put him at is nickel because he's got too much range for that. And we already got Spider-Man. So,
I think he's talented enough. I think he can play some big nickels, some big dime, and play some slot corners and spots. You know, it's like I mean, he's just I wouldn't put a ceiling on him whatsoever. I think he's got the ability to go anywhere in that secondary and do anything they ask him to. I'm not going to say go play him at boundary corner for an entire game, but he's got the skill set to give you some nickel reps and get you out of a game. No question.
Oh, no, he does. I mean, just all around. I mean, his IQ is probably his number one strength along with his physical tools, but he knows exactly every play. I mean, he might as well be the middle linebacker for Notre Dame because he knows exactly what the plays are before they run it. He's always in the right position. It's rare to catch this kid out of position or not making a play on the ball, regardless of what side of the field, short, long, whatever it is, medium, he's there. And he gets a ton of turnovers because of that IQ. And Mr. Charles is just going off in the chat. I don't know what his problem is today. He must not have his Wheaties.
Don't worry about Mr. Charles. Don't worry about it. Let Mr. Charles have his piece. But we got to hurry up and transition and move pretty quick.
Ohio State.
Fast as we can because we got Ohio State players to cover. Most people already know about Emeka Egbuka, 6'1", 205-pound senior receiver. Route technician is the probably the thing I would circle about Emeka Egbuka as his superpower because he's not a blazer. He's not a blazer. He's not going to be running past people every play, and he's not going to do none of that. But superb route technician. They really raise him well at Ohio State, and most of the receivers that come out of Ohio State are technically superior than most other receivers coming out in the draft, and that is due to the coaching. And sometimes it's the traits that they come in there with. They do a really good job of polishing that and getting most of the guys to stay an extra year or two to make sure it gets done right. And so Emeka Egbuka is one of those kids that has definitely been a beneficiary of that kind of coaching and polishing at Ohio State. Great technician as a route runner. It's NFL level skill set as a route run technician, man. He has really good hands too, really soft, pillowy hands, man. So Emeka Egbuka, he's not going to be that choice for that team that's looking for that burner down the field or take the top off of a defense, but that team that's looking for that really, really dependable, get it done, constantly find myself getting separation from the defensive back, making myself open and available. Emeka Egbuka can get that done.
Yeah, they lost Jackson Smith and Jigba. They didn't miss a beat because of this kid. He's exactly the same thing. I think he's a better route runner than Jackson Smith and Jigba was because he had the speed over the top. This kid is just always open. I've never seen a dude more open than him consistently in a football game. Just always open. And just the quarterback chooses not to throw to him or not. And when you do throw to him, he's going to catch it because he's got excellent hands. So he reminds me of like a Chris Godwin or even the cat up there in Seattle that's playing alongside Debo. He's like them two dudes, always open. He ain't the fastest dude in the world, but he 1, 2, 3 steps up the line, boom, he got you, and you beat. And all you got to do is put it on him or anywhere in the vicinity, and it's a catch. Or in traffic, boom, it's a catch. So if you want a guy who's always going to be open, basically he's Keenan Allen less 2 inches, if you want to look at it like that.
More of an athlete.
But more of an athlete, correct.
And also, man, you want to really catch the attention of an offensive coordinator to design plays your way and try to get you the ball. Be a great route technician. Have pillowy ass hands like Emeka Egbuka, and you're gonna find that the quarterback will look for you more times than not because he knows that you know how to get open, and you have soft hands. You know what I mean? It's just he's got some really good traits. He's not Marvin Harrison by no means, but he can give you Marvin Harrison 1A, 1B. Kind of mindset is what I see when I see him, man. So I think he's going to be a good player on the next level. It's just about whether he gets the opportunity, where he lands and, the opportunity given to him. I think he's going to be a good player on the next level. But let me get to the next guy because we got to, even though I know we're going to be late getting to the live game, we will get in there, but we got to cover these guys because I think this is important. TreVeyon Henderson, running back, 5'10", 208-pound senior. And you look at the traits, the 5'10", 208 pounds, and you're like, he's kind of light. My ass, TreVeyon Henderson will bring the thunder. He's very, very physical and very explosive. And with great acceleration, what's good about him is he sees it and like he gets out there on the edge against Notre Dame when they're doing that wide zone stretch run play. When they starts doing that and executing and the offensive line is executing, you will see exactly what I mean. So what they do at Ohio State and what we're about to be doing here in Chicago with the stretch running, the wide zone type of scheme, and some of the power running, you'll see that a guy like TreVeyon Henderson will be a really good fit here, man, because I'm not saying he'd be that. I think he can be a workhorse type of back, man. I really do, because he just really physical. You know, you wouldn't look at Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a very similar size guy. You wouldn't see him as a physical guy that can be a workhorse, but he was just that the whole time David Montgomery was down. So I wouldn't underestimate him, Minister Charles. I know you want a bigger back, and I'm talking to you specifically. I wouldn't look at the size, Minister Charles, and underestimate how forceful this cat runs with this ball, man. I'm telling you, he's a treat to watch, bro.
Yeah, this kid, I mean, if he was 6'1", he'd probably be the number one back in the draft. He'd probably be in the top 10. That's the only difference, that people look at his size and say 5'10". But you could probably look at him more of the player that we got rid of this year, with better vision, if you want to call it that. And once he hits the hole, he's gone, you know. And I like this kid's. And one good thing about him, he's not run to the ground, because they run a multi-back system at Ohio State. So he doesn't have all the mileage like a Genty or what have on him, who's an every down back, 300 and something plus carries a season. So you're going to get him fresh legs and being able to take advantage of that. And he's actually got some pretty good hands out of the backfield. Now, Ohio State doesn't do a lot of screens, but when they do, or when they flare him out, he's actually a quality wide receiver, you know, at least for the shallow crosses and things like that, or even for the screen game. So he's one of those guys that you can actually utilize in a lot of different ways because of how well he hits the hole. And when he does, he hits it hard. And when he gets through, boom, he sees the blocks coming and he sees the defenders coming. So when he makes his shifty cuts, boom, gone.
The acceleration, when he sees, he's got really good vision. I think that's probably his biggest superpower. His vision and being able to read how the block setup goes, and his acceleration once he sees it. He hits it, and he goes from 0 to 10 pretty goddamn quick. Really goddamn quick, and that's pretty much his superpower. And as for a running back, you know, I did play running back, you know, through grade school, middle school, and summer junior high. So I'm really steeped in, you know, what it takes to be a really good running back. That's probably something you all don't know. I never really talk about that, but I can spot a really good running back from a mile away. And I'm telling you, this guy has traits to him, man, that's going to be really, really special on the next level. It's just about whether he'll go to a team that he'll be able to see the touches that he needs to really shine the way he needs to. I think he comes to a team like this, I think we're going to go into the draft and kind of rejuvenate our backfield, man, and rejuvenate that room. And I think we have to go and draft two guys. I think you need a physical guy, and I think you need a fast accelerator. And he would be one of those fast accelerator guys. You know, that's good for any offense to be dynamic in the backfield. And I think he'd be a really good fit here. That's just my opinion about TreVeyon Henderson. This next guy, Denzel Burke, let me tell you how impressed I am with him. Now, I'm going to read what it says on here and explain myself. Denzel Burke is 6'1", 193 pounds. He's longer and bigger than you think he is when you look at him on the field. He's a senior. And why I point out senior? Because I think it really, really, he's a blue chip player the minute he came into Ohio State. So he had every physical gift that you're looking for a cornerback. But the fact that he stayed through his senior year and really, really developed, I got to add the title of extreme, very savvy, technically one of the best all-around cornerbacks in the country, if not the best technical cornerback in the country. And I'm not saying he's the very best all around. What I mean by technical, his skill set is really, really polished for a college kid. And I'm telling you, him staying for a senior year, junior and senior year, he could have came out a couple of years ago. But him staying those last couple of years and really polishing up his trade and really getting where he needs to be, he's very dominant as a corner on this level. The next level, I think he's a day one starter. Where they start him at, I have no idea whether they use him as a slot or does he use him as a boundary corner? But this dude is technically, it might be the best technical cornerback in the draft. He's got it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Nomad on this. As far as overall game, as far as being able to run and trail, to be able to play zone, to be able to play over the top, to turn and face, I mean, he's got it all. He can undercut routes. And he's smart enough to see a lot of different kinds of defenses or offenses in his day. So now he knows a lot of different route combinations to defend. I've even seen him come off his own man where he's diagnosed to play to make interceptions on somebody else's ground they were supposed to cover just because he knew the play was coming. So when he says very savvy, that's what he's talking about. This kid sees it pretty quickly, and he shuts his man down on a consistent basis where he's almost like Dion in college. They don't want to throw to his side because they're scared of his ball hawking ability or be able to knock it down in a wasted throw. It's his side of the field for the most part.
I'm telling you, everything I'm sitting here telling you about, whatever you see on the screen, again, let me know in the comment section when you go and check them out and come back and tell me if it matches up with what the graphic says on the screen. I mean, he's got it all, man. He may not have, I don't think he's a blazing speed kind of guy, but I think he's got enough speed to where guys won't really just run away from him on a regular basis. He's different than the other cornerback we're going to talk about in just a minute, but he's Denzel Burke has got everything you need. He's one of those blue chip pieces that every team wants, man. Ohio State just never disappoints you in the cornerback department. They just always bring it. Here's the next guy, one of the running backs there, Quinshon Judkins. He's a transfer in from Ole Miss. I liked him at Ole Miss, but I didn't think the offensive line could really, really feature him the way I thought that, his skill set was really different. He's 6 foot, 219 pounds, and a junior. Really good burst. Really, I think that's, to me, is his special trait is the burst, the explosion when he gets the ball and sees what he needs to see. Really good contact balance. That's another, special trait of Quinshon Judkins. And he's got decent hands as a receiver. I think he's got work to do in that department, but he's one of those guys that I think if you work with him and you get him in there, and I think under the right, tutelage, I think with the right opportunity, Quinshon Judkins could be a stud on the next level because I think he's got everything you want. Size, speed, acceleration, good burst, balance, and he got some decent hands. He's got to work on that a little bit, but it's hard to find something about him that you don't like.
He's what my grandpa used to call as a thumper because he get to the hole, he hitting you, you're not hitting him, but he's staying on his feet and he's continuing to go. And if he hits you in the right spot, he kicking that next gear, he can break a 20, 30 yard or take it to the house. And that's what you want in a running back. And because he played in the SEC for his first couple years, he's used to all them gang tackles and they was trying to make on him. So at the next level, he's not going to be concerned with arm tackles or making one guy miss or one guy trying to tackle him. He's going to be able to run through that. And that's really what you want. That's what we really wanted out of Roschon to be able to do. And he's not that guy because he puts his head down and next thing you know, he's down and he's out. But this kid can take that punishment and keep going and then hit the gas. So that's what you really want to see in your thumper running back.
Quinshon Judkins, check him out. 6 foot, 219 pound junior. Yeah, I think you'll like what you see if you just isolate his film and see it for what it is. I think he can be a great asset to anybody's team. Love to see him here in Chicago. But the next guy is offensive tackle Donovan Jackson, 6'4", 320 pound senior. Absolute great size, obviously. Great length. Athleticism for a guy that big, his athleticism is extremely surprising to me. I've seen him keep phase with the speediest of edge rushers and really not look bad. You know what I mean? That's one of the first things is does he have the feet to kick out there and get, so the guy doesn't just blaze past him. I've seen that consistently enough that I was like, okay, this cat right here. I was busy over there watching Simmons on the other side. I'm like, let me take a good look. I've been watching Simmons for a minute, but, it's a couple of times I stopped watching him doing all 22. I'm just like, hold on, maybe take a better look at this guy over here, man. But the best thing about him is his anchor. He'll stop you dead ass cold. He'll stop you dead ass cold with that anchor and sit right on down on your ass, and you ain't going no further than that. Donovan Jackson, I'm telling you, is got better tools and upside than anybody you'll hear out here talking about. Like I don't know if a lot of you guys have heard about Donovan Jackson, but he's a treat to watch on all 22. Go do your homework, check him out, and see what you think about Donovan Jackson. I think he's going to be a stud tackle, and I believe that he's got the ability athletically to go from one side to the other. And so I just wouldn't. He's playing probably right tackle. He might play left tackle in this game because of if Simmons is not playing. So he might play left tackle, but he can play either side, man. I think equally well, man. So I think he's one of those sleeper studs out there.
He's better known as what you call a dancing bear because with his size, his arm length, and his athleticism, he can keep you off anybody for at least 6-7 seconds, and you ain't getting around him. And with them paws he put on you, it's hard to push him out of the way. And when he sit down, just like most bears, when he sit down, you ain't it's over. That's it. He gonna block the cave door, and that's it. You ain't getting to his honey, his milk, none of that. You out of luck. You feel me? So this kid, I think he needs the right coach to hone his skills. And if he gets that right coach to really work with his actual, because his athleticism is awesome, but where he can get his foot speed, where he can set an anchor and reposition fast enough on a consistent basis, then he will really be something. I can see that for this kid going in the future. If he gets the right offensive line coach, he can really be devastating because of his size and because he's so nimble.
Pardon me, I was on mute for a second. Sorry about that.
Is there a problem with the chat, Nomad?
What's that?
Is there a problem with the chat?
No.
I haven't seen an update in about 5 minutes on my side.
No, because they're listening and watching. They're liking what we're putting on the board, and they're taking the notes and probably doing their homework. And that's all that is. They're liking what they're seeing. This is what I'm telling you, our supporters really look forward to this from us. It's just, hey, Nomad, help us identify them players, man. We're getting ready to go draft, man. Show us who these guys are. And I believe that they're just tuned in to what we're talking about because they know we know what we're talking about over here, man. So that doesn't surprise me one single bit that the chat's quiet.
All right. I just usually somebody say something or somebody pop in. I ain't seen nothing move in a while. I was like, yo.
All right, Chad, let them know y'all alive, man. Show them the hand wave to them. Let them know y'all alive and watch.
Thought everybody trying to get their plate before the game came on.
All right, here we go. We're gonna talk about this kid right here, Cody Simon, linebacker, 6'2", 235-pound senior. Love the fact that they keep their guys a little bit longer and help them polish up their act a little bit. Big linebacker for 6'2", 235 pounds, really good size. Very, very, very instinctive with great size, versatile. Now he's another one of those guys. You can have him play middle, you can have him play will, you can have him play jack. Jack means strong linebacker. Same thing, and you won't come up short in either one of those roles. But his tackling ability is one of the things that really stuck out to me. His instincts and his tackling ability. That's the thing that really sticks out to me about Cody Simon. He's going to be a great addition to whoever drafts him. But he's just, Lord, I'd love to see him in Chicago. He's a freak athlete too, man. So, what do you think about Cody Simon?
This kid is what you call powerful, just straight up. He's a ball of muscle. And once he decides to flex it on you, you in trouble. I'm just telling you, he does have a great football IQ, but he's a tackling machine. And when I'm telling you tackling machine, he ain't just bringing you to the ground. He's stopping you cold in your tracks, and your back is hitting the turf every time. It ain't one of them where we falling to the side, you running over me. He, boom, every time. Wait till you see him tonight. This kid is just plowing through people on tackles. I don't care if it's a tight end or not. It's over. Once he hits you, he put them guns on you. Bow. Telling you, that's what you want a tackling machine. You get this kid, straight up. Won't be none of them arm tackles and none of them. I got away from you or I juked you out your socks. This kid, heat-seeking missile launching on you. Once he diagnosed the play, is over.
Yeah, Cody Simon is it's like one of the teams that's so talent laden. He's on a team that's so talent laden. He's one of those. I'm showing you guys a few of the players on that team that don't get real good recognition, but do really, really knock down just solid ass jobs and they need to be discussed and talked about, man, because I think they're really good players, man. He's one of them, 6'2", 235-pound senior linebacker, Cody Simon, man. The best thing about him, I think, is his instincts and his ability to tackle and close a play, man. I think that's just definitely his superpower. That's what I thought stuck out the most to me on film. So really like this player, Cody Simon. Get to the next guy because they're coming out the tunnel in this game. So we rolling. Let me get to the next guy. My freaking 2025, one of my 2025 draft crush. It's definitely safety / linebacker because they use him at linebacker right about now. I think because of some injuries or something. But, they asked him to play some linebacker, but he's a total, box safety. He can play a little bit over the top, but he is a menace. 6 foot. Sonny Styles is 6'4", 235, probably more like 240-pound junior that's coming out. Menacing physical presence. This is the guy you want. If you're going to replace Jaquan Brisker and get that menacing physical presence to replace him, this is what you want. And he's versatile for days. If you can play safety along with linebacker, play high, low safety, and go play linebacker, you're a bad boy. Sonny Styles is a freak genetic lottery winning MFer if I ever seen one. And I might hack somebody down by the knee just to get him in Chicago. I really think this is a special football player. And he's so young. He's only like 19 years old, maybe getting ready to turn 20, but maybe, he is really, straight freak athlete, man. I can't say enough about Sonny Styles. I'll be right back. Just keep talking for a second. I gotta pop.
Go ahead. This kid is what you call a brick. Just you hurl him in any direction, and he knocking stuff down. It's like, you ever seen anybody get hit in the head with a brick? That's this kid. He's just devastating when it comes to the point of attack. Whether it's in the secondary, whether it's on a run play, he is trying to break your back, and that's what you want. He could easily, I would take him right now today over Mr. Brisker, especially at 6'4", 235. So not only is it the speed, the physicality, but it's the height and the way he can challenge passes down the field that make him menacing as well. There's a lot that this kid, if you're going to look at overall and having the ability to play linebacker as well, it's physically opposing because there's no drop off at all for him to drop into play Sam or Will linebacker. It ain't none. Even middle linebacker, because he can take over the middle of the field because he can play coverage. And then if he's got to step up and stop the run, bow, taking heads off. It's just, and if he spots it going downfield or he blitzes, I've seen him on the blitz where he's damn near taking somebody's head off and he runs running backs over like they ain't even there. It's just this kid has got all the tools when it comes to destroying folks.
I'm back, FFG, really quick so we can keep it rolling. I just want to say this, man, and sorry I had to pop out real quick, but dude, let me tell you something. This is the dude when you coming up to the stadium and the opponent's stadium and you're looking for that dude to be first off the bus. Coach said, "Hey, Sonny, take your shirt off. You're first off the bus. Let everybody see Sonny Styles coming off that motherfucker and see what they think about this team." I'm telling you, he's a freak. Straight freak. Just start Googling Sonny Styles right now, and you're going to just Google Sonny Styles images, and you'll see exactly what I mean. This dude is freakish. I just love this kid, man. I would love to see him in Chicago. I really would. No BS about it. I think, his upside is tremendous, and he's so young, and so I can't say enough about Sonny Styles, but I have to stop right here to move to the next guy. But man, I love this kid. The other safety out there is Jordan Hancock. One of the other safeties out there is Jordan Hancock. Why you'll notice him? Because they'll probably be playing Sonny Styles at linebacker this game. But Jordan Hancock will be the high safety out there. Really long. He's got great length. 6'1", 195-pound senior. Just well-rounded with really good range. That dude turns his hips and goes from one direction to the next. Is about as fluid as I've seen, the safeties in this draft, man. That's probably the secret sauce to him, how he gets from A to B, turning his hips and turning and running and closing on a play about as fast as I've seen a lot of the safeties in the draft. I mean, just great change of direction, man. Just he's got a lot of good things to like about him. He's another one of those guys that you don't hear a whole lot about because he just doesn't get the recognition because you got studs like Sonny Styles and Jack Sawyers of the world, JT Tuiamolau, those kind of guys get all the attention, and this guy in such a loaded team doesn't get the love for the stud athlete that he is, man. But Jordan Hancock, watch out for him today.
Yeah, this kid really would know. There's a lot of guys on this team, even back to Cody Simon, where they would be probably the best player on their team or one of the top players you'd be talking about if they weren't playing for Ohio State. So what I love about him is he's never gets turned around. For all the safeties you see out there where dudes losing sight of the ball and all that, he doesn't have to do that because he can turn and run. And his change of direction, forward, backward, side to side, is amazing. And that's what you want as a free safety, to stay over the top, to come up and make plays, and make plays on the ball, because he makes a lot of plays on the ball. And he thwarts a lot of those throws downfield because he runs with the receiver over the top or whatever, or when the corner gets beat, he's there in position. So a lot of people don't even try to throw at him or downfield on Ohio State because of that. And if you notice, a lot of these games, they've been thrown over top in those windows because the safety can't get over fast enough. This kid never has this problem.
One thing I wanted to point out, and we got to be a little bit shorter-winded because the game just kicked off. I think Ohio State received it. But one of the things I noticed about him, he reminds me a lot of, I think the name is Kalen Bullock out of USC last year. I think he got drafted by the Texans. Stud safety. He's a little bit lanky, a little light for a safety. You want him to be a little bit heavier. I was worried about that with Kalen Bullock. But I think he's got that same kind of skill set. Jordan Hancock is going to be just fine on the next level, depending on who drafts him. I think they're going to be pleasantly surprised by the skill set and that change of direction that he's got going on. And Ohio State just got the ball. Let me take this image down. And we'll get to that game in just a minute. Let us keep running through these players right quick. Seth McLaughlin. Yeah, Notre Dame got it. My fault. Seth McLaughlin, 6'4", 305-pound senior. I want people to go check him out on their own and just remember what I said here at first. Although he's undersized, I don't think you will see that being a real hindrance to him when you watch him on film. I think if you all watch him on film and if you keep 305 in your head, you'll be like, I'm not seeing 305 in his play stature. His base, he's just really, really solid and quick. And he's that information processor that you need, at center, get the information, dissect what he's seeing in front of him really quick, communicate with the offensive line, communicate to the quarterback, let's get it moving. That's, I think, his superpower right there. And his foot quickness, I think, is the best superpower that he has going for himself. And so Seth McLaughlin, center, a little bit undersized, but the quickness and his ability to process information, I think, is different than most of the guys in his class.
Yeah, he's very cerebral as far as a center goes. Now, he's going to be great in the pulling scheme or the zone blocking scheme that we run. I would say that he probably wants to put on a little more muscle to be able to be more effective with the double teams, but he can get to the second level very efficiently. So I think that's one of his great skill sets that he does have, is being able to do that. When you talk about the way they run their offense, he calls the plays way more at the line as far as the blocking scheme, everything, more than the quarterback does. So it's basically the quarterback calls, they get the play from the sideline, he calls the protection, and they run it. So he makes the quarterback job much easier, and that's where he excels.
The reason why I say, and welcome back, Naj. I haven't seen you in such a long time, man, and I'll be missing you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Your personality and sense of humor, we welcome it over here. And Seth McLaughlin, I say he's undersized because I know people are gonna hone into the 305 number, and I'm just challenging people to look at it for themselves and tell me where you see 305 being an issue and him being a little bit underweight. Because the truth about it is he's gonna see 240, 250 pound, 340, 350 pound guys. And can he hold up against that? You know what I mean? There's going to be games when he has to deal with that. And I just didn't see his size being an issue in college, man. But everything else you would like on film, you would love everything else about Seth McLaughlin. Just don't get wrapped up in that particular size as a problem. I'm gonna get the next player up here in just a second. Ty Hamilton, another underrated player on this team. Defensive tackle Ty Hamilton, 6'3", 295-pound senior. Another senior. Great explosion off the ball and really, really solid in the run game. He's just one of those. He's one of those guys like you hear about I'm looking at the play right now, and
he's on the field.
Yeah, it's him and Tyleik Williams. Tyleik Williams is getting all the shine, so he doesn't get a whole lot of attention. But man, oh man, you get to watching him up close and isolate his play outside of Tyleik Williams, and you see it's times when Tyleik Williams is able to make plays because this guy is being explosive and really causing a lot of attention to be drawn his way. And Tyleik will get a one-on-one play, but Ty Hamilton, probably one of the more slept-on players on this team and definitely on this defense, man. Really good. I think he's got a high upside. I really do.
His motor is probably his greatest trait, being explosive. That's what allows him. Dang, great tackle. I would have stretched it out though. To push the pocket. I mean, that's really what his greatest trait is. He pushes the pocket. For his size, he really gets underneath blocks and really gets after offensive linemen and pushes them back where he collapses the pocket and makes it a lot easier for linebackers to come down the gaps to make tackles, and also for the defensive ends to, even if they can't get outside, to come back underneath to make tackles when the quarterback is trying to step up. So I think that is really where he excels at.
All right, let's get to me, like this is David Egbuka, 6'2", 193-pound corner. He's definitely a slot corner. He's definitely a boundary corner. Possibly the most physically gifted cornerback in the draft. There is if you had to draw a cornerback right now, it would look like David Egbuka. This dude is straight up. He has also won the straight. I don't know how. This is why I say, if I had to draft, I wouldn't have no problem drafting every one of my players from Ohio State. That's how talented this team is. They've got multiple freaks of nature on this team. David Egbuka is one of them, man. He doesn't get the credit that he deserves because you got senior Denzel Burke out there who deserves all the credit that he's getting right now. But this is probably one of the most slept-on guys on his team. He's going to probably go on day one and probably going to go and start day one in the NFL. Man, he is really, really talented. You'll see him out here all day in this game making plays.
If I was this kid, I would stay and be the number one quarter coming out next year and be more polished. And that way you would see all the physical gifts that he has to put on display, but there's no shortage of them. I mean, he can run, he can defend, he can play zone, he can play man-to-man. And with his arm strength, he makes excellent tackles. I mean, you don't get away from this kid. So, but for my money, I wouldn't risk it. I really would stay in college and be the number one corner to come out next year. Just because he's that talented where he can actually be super polished by the time he gets to the NFL.
We got to speed it up a little bit. Ain't no way in hell I'm staying one more year. I ain't risking nothing. Go get your money, son. Right now, you talented enough to play as a starter right now on any team in the NFL. Get your ass out of here and go play football in the NFL. You know, you can do the vain thing like FFG says, probably garner you a couple more $1 million, but your body is your temple, bro. Get out. I just think he's the most talented, like physically the most talented corner in the country. He's just got it all. Let me get to the next guy and let's be quick about it. Let me see here.
Tight end G.
I think this is the last guy. We finally got to the end. Tight end G. Scott Jr., 6'3", 243-pound senior. He's a really good athlete. You can look at his body and tell that. Really good route runner with soft hands. That's just the short version of what I think about him. He's just not featured much at Ohio State. And I think on the next level, I think G. Scott's capabilities will be more shown and be more known when he gets to the NFL. But he is absolutely a stud athlete, dude. It's like, I don't know how Ohio State did it. Got all these freak athletes here to Ohio State at one time and got them state to their senior year. I think that's a feat all in itself, man. So hats off to Ryan Day and that staff out there. This is one of the more slept on prospects in the draft and definitely one of the more slept on guys at Ohio State. Tight end G. Scott Jr., 6'3", 343-pound senior, man. Really, really good athlete. What say you about him?
He's a linebacker playing tight end. Just being honest. He's got all the athletic gifts that you could want as a linebacker, but he chose to play on offense. That's basically what it is. So if he ever gets with the right team at the next level to smooth out the little rough edges in his game, because I think he hasn't scratched the surface in his potential yet. I really don't, because he gets underutilized, like you said. But when somebody takes full advantage of this kid, you know what I'm saying, and says, hey, look, we want to feature you, sky's the limit for him, because he's like running to a bulldozer. He's that tough. And he blocks the crap out of it, even when he's out there to block. He's throwing people 4 and 5 yards back. Yeah. So, yeah, I really think he needs the right situation to blossom. All
right. Then we're gonna get out of the player profiles. That ends it for the player profiles. Hopefully we gave you guys all the food that you wanted, because I know you guys came here to see the players we were highlighting and some of these guys in the draft. I'll be damned if Chicago gets out of this draft and we don't get none of these guys, man. We got to get some, especially these Ohio State guys. We got to get some of these dudes, man. We got some straight up stuff. Let me get this graphic down, man, and we're gonna put this game up. Give me a second to share my screen, y'all, because the game is Notre Dame's in the red zone, and did they just score? No.
First and goal at the 1.
Yeah, first and goal at the 1. Let me share the screen. Give me a second. Hold on.
But they having to keep going for them 4th down.
Hold on. All right, here we go.
Give it to a running back. Oh, Rylie Leonard walked in. Touchdown, Notre Dame. Ate up 10 minutes. God, that's a drive for you behind.
Let's see what they do.
That's a hell of an opening round. That's a hell of a drive. first drive of the game.
You had like 2-3 weeks to get this first drive together. This should be pretty solid. We'll see what happens the rest of this game.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's just the first drive. So but if they can continue to play like this, they're going to wear them down over time.
I ain't worried about Notre Dame. I'm
You
not.
shouldn't be. You ain't playing for Ohio State.
I could have. Definitely could have.
Not today.
But yeah, this should be a good game. I still say Ohio State they're gonna wear them down eventually. I hope it's a good game, and I hope it doesn't turn out to be the way I project it's going to be. Commercial
to find out, man.
7-0.
I just thought this would be a much better game than most people gave it credit for. You know what I mean?
I didn't think this was. I always hope for a really good game, bro. I don't want to sit there and watch somebody just treat another team, especially in the national championship game. I'm a purist. I want to see a really good football game. And so I just didn't think they sized up very good to Ohio State, but they got a good drive off, and good luck to them.
I think they played it smart. I think that's how you have to play against them. Do the same thing Michigan did. Wear them down slowly, because you don't want to be in a shootout with Ohio State. You don't, because they're going to win that kind of game. They got way too many athletes for you to win a shootout. So you're going to have to old school. You have to go round by round with them. Slow it down. You know, rope-a-dope. Muhammad Ali him to death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what at least what I see should be transpiring today. That it shouldn't be where we want it to be fast-paced. Now, if you get some big chunk plays, great. But you want to slow the game down to slow them down, because they do have so many superior athletes in a lot of different positions than you have. You have more injuries than they do.
They're going to have to take the top off the defense sooner rather than later, because eventually that defense on Ohio State's going to constrict. And when it does, I don't think Notre Dame has a chance. If they can't get them out the box and beat them over the top, I don't think Notre Dame stands a chance. But they're going to have to strike pretty soon here, because I'm telling you, that defense is just going to start creeping on them.
Yeah, I think that the passing game needs to be effective. It doesn't have to be devastating. It just needs to be effective. So I think Boy needs to pass for at least 250 yards today for them to have a chance to win this game, where he's making timely throws, where he's getting 8, 10, 12, 15, 20 yards, maybe a 30-yarder here or there, you know, where the chains keep moving. So I think that's how you beat them. You don't beat them with 6 plays and a touchdown or a field goal. You beat them with 10-play drives. You have to slow a juggernaut down, and that's how you need to. All these teams, like if you looked at like the game last night, Detroit, that was just up and down, back and forth, like a video game. It was nothing but points. Did nobody impose their will on defense? And nobody slowed the ball down. They just score. When you do that, offenses are ready to roll.
Yeah.
And defense has no chance.
Hey, I don't know if you ever seen the Ben Stadium, but that is a beautiful stadium if you ever want to see one in
Atlanta. Yeah. I've been there. I went to go see the Bears game. Was it 2 Novembers ago, when the Bears played the Falcons, when we lost that BS game, when what do you call it? Killed us in the third quarter. Ex-Bear Cordell Patterson ran back that touchdown. I was so mad. We was kicking them behind when Justin Fields was still here. We was wearing them out too.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nah, just said, who beat Georgia? Was it those Buckeyes or the Irish? Now I'm gonna tell you something, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta always be transparent with you all, and I'm gonna tell y'all something y'all didn't know about me. I was very well recruited, and Notre Dame was one of those teams. I never was gonna go to Notre Dame. I just never liked them growing up around here. Just never liked them. It just never did. And they was one of the teams on the radar, just like everybody else and came to visit me. You know what I mean? They coming, checking me out, trying to. That's one of the teams that never did that. And I was just like, who the fuck they think they are? And ever since then, I ain't gonna lie to you. Selfishly, my pride.
Right. Now you hating.
Yeah, I never liked them to begin with. I'm not gonna front, but it was like that put it over the top. I was like, I knew I didn't like these motherfuckers for a reason, but that's just to tell you the history with me. That's kind of where it stems from. But it's some childhood shit. I never liked Notre Dame for whatever reason. And then that they didn't come and visit, I was just like, oh, who y'all think y'all are? You know what I mean? It was just.
Wait, you've been mad since the Tony Rice days and the Rocket and them cats?
I ain't nowhere near that old.
Jerome Bettis?
Nowhere near that old.
And Rich Waters them days?
That's your
Man,
age.
you really got issues.
But yeah, I never did like them, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna front. I'm not gonna front. They could have. I would have never went there. I would have never went there. I never would have went there. I don't care what they.
I'd rather go to Illinois, but I like Notre Dame for the color scheme.
I used to, I lived in Columbus, Ohio, Mr. Charles, and I got every reason in the world to hate Ohio State. Because if you lived in Columbus, Ohio, you would understand why. I got sent home from a job one day because Ohio State Michigan beat Ohio State, and I wore a Michigan jersey to work. And my supervisor literally told me, you can go home. I'll pay you for free. Just get the hell on out this job site right now. And I was just like, cool, shit, ain't no problem to me. Said, you gonna pay me to stay at home today? I'll go home with my Michigan jersey on. But people was talking mad shit, and they make you not like Ohio State if you're not from there. Hey, Nas says Notre Dame recruited my pop, but didn't give him a full ride, so he went to UW. That's Wisconsin, Washington University of Washington, whichever one it is. And so yeah, they Notre Dame had this, and it was well known around the circles when I was coming out that Notre Dame thinks they're better than everybody else, and they don't recruit the same way as everybody else and really go pay the visits to people. And some of the stuff you talking about, Naj, I heard about stuff like that. Not they're short guys, you know what I mean? Not offering full scholarships, knowing that they're capable. It's like you should feel privileged to come to Notre Dame instead of, I'm like, dude, I don't give no damn about no Notre Dame. I'm a dog. You should be privileged that I come to your school. That's how I felt about it. I was real cocky, bro.
Well,
I hear you keep popping. Popping bad boys back there. Put that thing on mute or something. What'd you say?
No, back in them days, it was a privilege to go to the top ranked schools to be able to have a pipeline to the NFL. You know what I mean? To the Alabamas, the Texases, and the Tennessees, Ohio States, the Michigans, UCLAs, the USCs, them kind of programs. It was a privilege because everybody got them kind of invites where you knew by going to that school and performing well, you were going to go to NFL. Now it's not nearly the same as it used to be.
Mr. Charles said he lived right off of Cleveland Avenue. If you know Columbus, I believe that's North Side Columbus. I ain't been there in some years. I think that's North Side Columbus, Cleveland Avenue. If you know that, then you know Columbus, Ohio. I didn't know that about you, Minister. We're gonna have to talk about that, man. I was over there for some time. He said he just moved back here a couple of years ago. That's cool, man. I didn't know. Columbus is a cool ass place to live, man. It's a cool ass place to live. It's a university town. You know what I mean? It's just a cool ass place. If you want to get, there's that tight end. There's that tight end, number 88. There's that tight end. I can't stand
Ohio State.
G. Scott.
I told you he was linebacker. Didn't I tell you he a linebacker playing tight end? Did I just say that?
What you mean? It's a lot to you, man. You just talking about the city of Columbus, or just what happened to you over there? What you saying? Yeah, they
ain't playing a lot of players.
They got Donovan Jackson playing. They got Donovan Jackson playing left tackle. So he's showing me versatility right here. It's
Right.
TreVeyon Henderson. It's TreVeyon Henderson. There you go. Eventually, I'm telling you, they're going to wear it. And that was Xavier Watts on the tackle. I'm loving watching these athletes compete out here, man. This is like crack to an addict. Me watching this shit right here.
That was a great block, though, on the inside. That was a hell of a block. He just killed the linebacker. No, that dude, that Henderson is put together very well. And they got beat on the, wide receiver screen. Cutting up.
I don't know where the red guard is, but I know he tried to bust a joke.
Oh man, don't start them on beating that. That's all I gotta tell you.
All right, here we go. We don't call it play-by-play, but we'll give y'all highlights of what we're seeing. That freshman receiver from Ohio State is a stud. There's Xavier Watts being a stud and just caught that reverse. I mean, that jet sweep.
Wide receiver screen. Yeah.
That was a jet sweep.
But I'm saying he stay around the ball. This kid is always around the ball. Now, Ohio State moving the ball at a much quicker pace. I can tell you that.
Xavier Watts is a monster.
There it is, Xavier Watts in the backfield. I told you, all over the field. This kid is. I'm telling you, you want this. That's the all-around player that you want on your. He's a football player. I'm telling you.
Give me
you
ransom.
Want on your team.
Give me ransom or give me nothing.
I want the dude
they got Watts
consistently.
Ransom, I think, is better than.
I want the dude consistently diagnose his plays.
I think he's better. He's a better safety in this draft. Ransom is everything, bro. And here we go. And they're knocking at the door. Ohio State red zone. Let's see what they do here.
Third down.
Quarterback run.
Egbuka. I'm saying, but he's 24 late. That's what I'm saying. This kid, he just get open. Just always open. I'm telling you.
Y'all do me a favor. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button for us, y'all. Hit the like button. Anybody watching or listening and haven't subscribed to the channel, do us a great favor. Hit that button for us. Hit your notification bell as well, man. We really appreciate everybody coming in and checking us out. So just make sure you do that due diligence for us. We would appreciate you so much. Thank you. They had a commercial right now.
Yep, end of the quarter. No, that's why they didn't fall off at all with steady getting wide receivers, because they always have one of the better slot receivers in the country. So they got this kid, Jackson Smith and Jigba, boy in New Orleans. I mean, they just wide receiver you out there. And I don't know how they always win in the receiver lottery. It's ridiculous.
Pedigree, bro. Pedigree brings cachet. Cachet brings you players. And you want to be great, and you want to be the next great receiver, it's one of the places you go to. You go to Ohio State, you go to Alabama, you go to Georgia, some Clemson and LSU also, not to be forgotten. You know what I mean? But you're a receiver, you don't go to one of those schools there, then you ain't serious about your craft, for the most part. But I love the parity in college right now, because you'll find I see, and you all will see in the very near future as we start rolling out more of these prospects that are not in this game. Some of the guys that we got highlighted for you all, y'all are going to straight up love these players. Like I found the running back who I think is the next Jahmyr Gibbs. If you're looking for a Jahmyr Gibbs type Ben Johnson, and you happen to be watching this show late at night after you roll into Chicago and sign that contract, check out this player I'm going to be profiling up here soon. I shouldn't even say it because I want to put him on the board, but I'm not going to do it. Should I pull him up? Should I pull that guy up?
Is he a sophomore?
No. Y'all want to see him? If I'm talking about a guy,
game.
no, He's not in this game. He's going to be in the
Okay.
I'm dying.
Wait till Aeneas Williams start playing for Notre Dame because he ain't played yet.
Aeneas Williams,
that kid got a lot of tools.
He got some growth to do too. I've seen him play a little bit.
Yeah. Oh no, he's just a freshman. Just wait. I'm telling you, this kid gonna be special. Aeneas Williams for Notre Dame, the running back.
I'm gonna pull him up just for you, Naj, and show you exactly what I'm talking about, so y'all can go run and look at the film, and y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna love this. Hold on. Let me pull him up. Hold on. See if I can find him. I got so many damn players in these folders. It's unreal. Let me see if I can get him up. Let me find that guy.
Mr. Charles, the Red Garter better not be the strip club, man. I can't be seeing them kind of places.
Strip club. I think I went to one strip club the whole time I was there. Hold on.
Too much social media these days. Can't sneak around like you used to.
Hold on. I'm looking for the player I'm describing, so you all can go check him out. I'm gonna have to give a full description of him. If I'm gonna pull him up now. Pulling him up now. All right, here we go. I'm gonna have to just let me give the full description on this guy. Brashard Smith, 5'10", 195-pound senior, out of he's out of, I think, SMU, I believe he's from SMU. I mean, extremely explosive. I mean, Jameer is that quick, and I'm challenging everybody to go check this guy out. If you need, get your phone out and go look at him now. But if Ben Johnson is looking for a Jahmyr Gibbs type of running back and player that gives you everything Jahmyr Gibbs brings to Detroit, this is the player. I'm telling you right now, go check him out. You're going to see all kinds of, I mean, he's as good as a receiver as he is a running back. And you talking about changing the dynamic in your running back room and having a player, because we're definitely going to get that thumper, but you're going to need that speed guy to come in there and change the pace of what you're doing. I'm telling you right now, Brashard Smith is the best player at that in the draft so far. I have not seen them all, but I was so blown away by this kid. I want this dude on the Chicago Bears immediately. I'm telling you, this cat is tough. But I just want to, y'all go check him out and see what y'all think.
Oh, come on. That's just blown coverage. I mean, he cleared out the whole side. That was just too easy.
It is a lot of great backs in this draft, Naj, but I'm telling you, this one's different. This one's different. I appreciate it, Mr. Charles. I work my brown hind parts off to bring that to you all and know exactly what I'm saying when I say it. And I love it's a labor of love. I love showing it to you guys. You know, seeing that you guys know I put in all that work to show you this stuff. I wish I could do videos, but we can't because we get demonetized every time we do it. I haven't figured that out yet. But man, oh man, I think I might open up a Patreon channel just so I can show you guys just without interruption any of the videos that I've been looking at. And I'm telling you, that guy, y'all gonna love him.
He's all speed in hand. That kid is just, I don't even know how to explain it. It's all speed. And he's a do everything back for SMU. They use him in a variety of different ways.
Pay close attention to his ability. What makes Jahmyr Gibbs and he makes him look like Sonic the Hedgehog is his acceleration ability. How fast he gets from 0 to 10. He sees it. He's through there. Next thing you know, he's on your safety. That's the same kind of traits that Brashard Smith brings to the table. I'll have further details once we do a running back show, but Lord have mercy, he's probably my favorite explosive running back in his not even close to. He is my favorite explosive running back in the draft. That 1-2 punch, that 2, that's what we need, bro. That's exactly what we need.
And I'm waiting for my boy Jeremiah Love to get busy in this game because he's he's a 3-down back for sure at the next level.
Mr. Charles is on that strip club shit. Yeah. Man. I don't know when the last time I've been to a strip joint, man. I ain't got no money to give you. Matter of fact, you give me some money. I'm gonna holler at you. You give me some money.
They call it the pink slip because every time you go in there, you lose your job because you don't want to leave.
I can't wait till y'all let me know in the comment section. Let us know in the comment section what y'all thought about Brashard Smith and see if y'all don't like him the way I like him. I just can't wait to hear in the comment section what y'all thought about him.
Well, it is a game, y'all. We'll find out, man. I mean, this is going to be an interesting draft for the Bears in offseason. I think the offseason is probably more interesting than the draft because we'll know what we need by then. You know, so I want to see Ben Johnson's vision of what he says the Bears need right now and where they can't miss. Because I think even though the media and a lot of fans would have Ben Johnson, I think a lot of the players around the league see the shift because I can tell you right now, Detroit is in trouble. Because Aaron Glenn is probably going to be the coach down in New Orleans after this. So they're going to be missing 2 coordinators. And sorry to tell you, Don, y'all going to be in trouble from now on. Trying to kind of make up that kind of productivity on both sides of the ball and the schemes that they run. So we're going to find out exactly how tuned that machine is over there and how oiled up it is to be able to compete going forward in the NFC North. Because I think their chances, the door kind of closed on Detroit a little quicker than most people thought.
Detroit is just that's the spoils of success coming home to roost. When you're successful, when you do shit well on both sides of the ball, naturally you lose coordinators. People are going to want a taste of what you did in Detroit, and they want to see that remanufactured in on their team. So that's a good sign of a successful team. You lose your top guys like that, but that's, you know, I'm not saying that they can't get that magic back and recreate it with some other coaches and coordinators and stuff like that. I wouldn't put nothing past Dan Campbell's ability to be able to find the right guys and to plug and play. And actually, you know, who knows? The next guy could accentuate that offense. They could bring in another quarterback that can make it more dynamic. And so I wouldn't close the casket on them just yet.
Okay, first of all, Mr. Charles, ain't no strip clubs in East St. Louis. That's where I'm from. They in Cahokia, or there's one on the edge of Fairview Heights, O'Fallon, Granite City. Ain't none in East St. Louis. I know what I'm talking about.
East St. Louis, you want to go to a strip club there, she's going to have bullet holes, stab
wounds. No, there ain't none open. There ain't none open, bro. I'm telling you, ain't no strip clubs in St. Louis.
Hey, AC Adam is on that. I feel you, AC. He just went and checked him out. AC checked him out. He senses, he knows it. He said that's exactly what we need in a 1-2 punch, man. I mean, you get that thumper. I got another thumper that I could put on the screen right now, but I'm trying to hold it off. I shouldn't have showed y'all that. But I got another thumper I think is perfect for what we're going to be trying to do here. You guys are going to love him as much as you love Tosh Brooks. I mean, what's his name? I just said his name and I shouldn't have. Brashard.
I already know what Mr. Charles do in his free time when he was younger.
Hey man,
that's what happens when you're in the military.
We all been some nasty motherfuckers out here.
Got time and the money to spend.
Nasty ass. You probably been with a stripper and did all kinds of nasty shit with her. You did too.
Hell no.
I know you did. They'll try.
Oh, it was 18.
Trifling as the next one. What you talking about?
It was right. They was right off base. I didn't have to go nowhere. I could right off post. They were lined up in a row for a seal. I didn't go nowhere. You just go there to drink cheap.
Man,
I'm trying to take none of them chicks home. Come on, man. They taking dollar bills with melons from everybody in the room. You trying to take that chick home? You must be crazy.
Yeah, man. On a dark night when ain't nobody watching you, and in a dark, smoky corner. Yeah. Okay.
Hell no.
El Perfecto.
Hell no. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what's the next step of how they start building the team that Ben Johnson wants. Because that's what I really think is going to be, how his vision is actually going to really solidify what we do as a team, not only on offense but on defense as well. Because like what you call it, asked a long time ago about defensive coordinator. I really want to get your thoughts about who's out there. Who would you really want to get?
We're talking about defensive coordinator for who?
For Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I think that writing's on the wall, and they haven't solidified it like Minister Charles says. I think we're going to get Dennis Allen. That would have been my one or two number one guys on the list out there.
Would you be opposed to bringing back somebody who ain't no joke that we used to have?
Ron Rivera is where you going? I don't know where you're going.
I don't know if I don't see Jalen Hurts being the answer to Philly's situation. But I would take Vic Fangio in a heartbeat.
Vic Fangio ain't coming back here. Not for nothing in the world. Only time he come back here if they offer him the head coach job somewhere down the line. By the time Ben Johnson's through, he'll be too old.
Incomplete.
Ohio State's starting to get after him a little bit. Starting to get after him a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the flag? I got the sound turned down.
Probably a holding on Tyleek.
Holding. Okay, yep.
Tyleek is a monster, man. Tyleek Williams.
He's a big boy. That's for damn sure. Monster. He is a big boy.
58.
Oh, that's a super.
Doesn't get a lot of shine, but he's a dog too.
Yeah, he's all jersey. That's all jersey.
D-line, man. And they're showing. There goes Sonny Styles with a big ass tackle. Just. I mean, they got NFL. They got NFL guys that can start right now on anybody's team, all across that defense. Any one of these guys can start on any team in the NFL. Like, pick one, he plug them in.
Why would you run a 1 yard run though? That's poor. At least give it 6 or 7 yard play.
We just chance. It's just the second quarter. Don't start crying already, FFG now.
No. I'm just as far as coaching goes. I wouldn't run right into the line of scrimmage. At least run outside or something.
Good tackle by Benderson. Man,
I mean,
yeah, they starting to close down. Like I told you, bro, they're gonna have to hit something over the top to slow these guys down because I'm seeing the boa constrictor is starting to tighten up.
Well, you got 2nd and 25. It ain't hard when you get them at the 10-yard line. I mean, most defenses is going to be able to tighten up a little easier.
I just saw Jack Sawyer.
They only rushed 3.
Jack Sawyer just showed up to the dance. Jack Sawyer. It's a lot of Jack Sawyer fans. I saw at least one in the show. Jack Sawyer is very, very because JT is such a stud football player. This guy right here, I think he's going to be some Aiden Hutchinson. He's going to have Aiden Hutchinson similar type of impact when he gets to the next level. Jack Sawyer is very underrated. Yep. Very, very underrated. And do not look past him in the draft either. Manimal.
It's gonna be on Ohio State. They got talent up and down the lineup. No question about it.
Not talent.
It's 100%.
Absolute studs. Just studs.
This cat's a stud.
I'm talking about Chris crazy.
Chris Watts.
Chris crazy as fuck.
Man. Oh, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just going, oh, bro. Oh, goodness. I can tell you where a lot of the misfit youth was gone in the chat, boy. Folks out there having some fun.
Y'all motherfuckers crazy up in there, man. Y'all ain't finna get me started down the wrong word. Say that shit for some extra sauce. That's what we made that show for. That's exactly what we made that show for.
Wow.
We made some extra sauce for you runty motherfuckers. Come on up in there and get some of that.
I mean, Sunday was just yesterday. He ain't trying to bless folks today. Goodness gracious.
Man.
Oh my goodness, man. Y'all just having too much fun. What y'all drinking on out there? Because I know it's got to be some liquor flowing. I'm having way too much fun on it.
Some goddamn smoke, everything going on.
I see that. Cats out there like Red Man, I'll be that.
It's cool. That's what we do this, man. Have a good time, bro.
Oh,
having a good time. Mr. Charles on his good Sprite.
I'm still getting paid. What are you talking about? I'm still on double time. I don't get off for 25 minutes.
Mr. Charles, you got Sprite and vodka on ice? He's just chilling on Sprite, man. Mr. Charles, keep it cool, bro. Keep it cool. Keep it kosher.
Yeah, Minister Charles got some of these skeletons in the closet. He don't even want to tell you where the whole warehouse is.
You ain't lived your life as a man if you ain't got a couple of them in there.
If you got a whole depot, it's a whole different story.
Now, when it comes to skeletons, I'm talking about like my girl in the next room, but I got bodies, bro. When it comes to females,
some people I know a lot of y'all out there got cemeteries.
I got sprayed bodies, bro. I got bodies everywhere. Like I done ran into people that I didn't have relations with that run into me at the store. Like, hey, how you doing? Like, am I supposed to remember you? And they're just like so disappointed. I'm just like
like
sorry, man.
Every time I'm in the car, I'd be like, he ain't shit. I mean that.
That's got to be so deflating for a woman to meet somebody that they laid down with and he don't even remember your shit. Like I felt bad for her, man. That done happened to me a couple of times, man. Hey, I'd never come on camera because I don't want everybody in my business, Chris. I got a reason for doing this, man. I don't want people all in my shit. Some people are cool with being a public personality, but I love going to the store somewhere and people don't know who the hell I am, and I relish that. It took me a long time to get to that because of being an athlete around here and being, famous for it. You know what I mean? It wasn't the easiest thing in the world. Like today, I could still go to the store and people still stop me talking about football, and I just want to get, the basic essentials at the grocery store. But I do love being anonymous and people. I don't want people bothering me, man. I like to live my life, man.
Charles is retarded. Y'all need to stop this goddamn chain. Oh man. Oh, y'all have this is the best time I done had at work in a long time. Ain't gonna lie.
Ohio State about to. It's like they're going to start opening up on these cats. It's starting to look easy out here. Yeah, I hope you'll understand that, Chris. I just choose not to be. I got several reasons for it. Nothing bad. It's just me. I prefer people. I like my business private, man. That's all. I think people come here to hear what I say, not what I look like.
I ain't worried. Ain't nobody gonna find me. So you can look all on the web all you want.
It ain't even about that.
You
It's
don't
just
find
like,
me.
unless you
You ain't never gonna come out here either.
unless you live a certain kind of life and being a high profile athlete and if you know what that feels like and having attention everywhere you go, it's like it's never ending. It's like, dude, I just want to go somewhere and people don't know. I just want to blend in. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You just don't want motherfuckers jumping out the bushes. Hey, how are you? I know you from like that gets to be oppressive after a while, and people don't get that. And so everybody thinks they want to be this public personality until you got to live that life and see what it really is.
Everybody know you,
cool. Huh?
That's a real problem. Everybody think they know you. You know what I'm saying? They sell you on internet or whatever. They think they know you. Y'all buddies and cool because they chat with you all the time. Y'all ain't friends, and I understand that aspect of it.
It's all good. You know, you don't be rude to nobody. You know what I mean? Because they just want to have a word with you. But it's times when you just chilling or just trying to get from A to B, hurry up and get in and out of somewhere, and don't want to be bothered. And I think people can take that the wrong way. When you just don't want to be bothered that day, people can take it as, all right, you standoffish, so he think he all that, fuck him, and all that kind of stuff comes out because you just didn't feel like you just didn't have time for it that moment. And sometimes that shit like that can go viral. And people can they'll really
just
change.
Don't be Charles Barkley. Just don't be Charles Barkley on cats. Because, you know, the old dude at the restaurant in Phoenix spit on that cat and he threw that dude through the window.
I'm definitely Charles Barkley. I'm going to mop your ass. I'm mopping you.
Oh, I remember when that came on the news when I was in high school. I was like, damn, Charles Barkley threw a dude through the plate glass window. Yup. Because he told the news, I ain't got time for him. I'm with my wife and we having a good time, man. Just leave me alone. You know, I'm not here to sign autographs. You don't see a desk, do you? I ain't got no books in front of me. This ain't the day.
Yeah, you know what?
Got mad and spit on him, and Charles Barkley threw that cat right through a glass window.
And he lucky that's all Charles Barkley did to him.
But I understand.
Chris, he said.
Oh, this is back when Charles Barkley was Charles Barkley.
Chris said he's been with many famous people, and at times people won't leave us alone while we eat. That's like the worst feeling in the world. Like you out and just trying to chill out. You know, I ain't got no kids and no shit like that. But when you out with a female or you out with your individual, like your personal family, like your mom, and you out with sister, brother, whoever, and you just out just trying to have a nice quiet evening, enjoying a meal, and people just, you know, that's cool, man. You know, it's cool. It's cool, but too much of it will rub you the wrong way.
And he got plugged off right by the tight end. That was great. Hey, I can tell you they're assignment-based football wholeheartedly. Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
They know their assignments.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing I can tell. They're well coached. I don't know why people keep trying to fire Ryan Day. Because not only do he have freak athletes, but they're well coached freak athletes. You know what I'm saying?
They operate kind of like the Detroit of college football to me. In their scheme and the way they go about business of football, it looks a lot like Detroit. A little bit more quarterback movement than what's going on in Detroit, but I think you'd see more quarterback movement with a different quarterback in Detroit. But that's because they got a stiff, as number 16 is a stiff, and there's only so much movement he's going to do.
That is definitely true.
Mr. Charles is talking about people don't impress. He said people don't impress me, so would never be considered a groupie. And you know what? I wish everybody took that mindset because I met tons of just really superstar people, and never asked for once. I sat with what's this dude's name? He was a baseball player a long time ago, but really, really famous. I think his last name is Vaughn. He played for the Red Sox. What is his name? He was a badass baseball player, but I knew who he was. I had been retired for a while, and I ended up in his little party of a bachelor party. And man, dude, me and him sat there at the bar while everybody was just drinking all that champagne, having a good old ass time. And he was just like, and I didn't treat him like I treated him like anybody, you know what I mean? And he absolutely enjoyed it. He just kept going on and on. He said, I appreciate you so much, man. And you don't want nothing. I'm like, dude, I'm just in here kicking it, man. I know who you are, but that's not important to me. You all human to me. You know what I mean? And he just loved it, man. We sat there and he wouldn't move out of my sight, out of my space for about 2.5, 3 hours, man. He was that comfortable and that relieved that somebody in that place didn't want nothing from him. Not a picture, not an autograph. I wish I would ask a grown-ass man for his autograph. But that's, I'm not everybody. Some people, like if I'd have met Muhammad Ali, I don't know. I'd at least got a handshake from him. I don't know if I would have asked him for the autograph and picture because I know he's tired of doing that. You know what I mean?
I know exactly how you feel, though, Nomad. I remember when I was younger in Vegas. This is probably 2 years after the Bulls won the last championship, and I was at this club that's no longer there. It's like right in between so Las Vegas Boulevard and Paradise run parallel, and there's a convention center right there in the corner. That little street had one of the hottest clubs in Vegas on it at the time. And they had the main bar, which as soon as you walk in, they had an upstairs bar or like upper level bar. They had a bar around the back of the place, and they had one bar upstairs. And Dennis Rodman, I guess he did do a couple thousand and had bought out the bar, and he was serving drinks, right? But it was kind of dead upstairs. And I went and sat down, and I was like, yo, can I get a such and such? And he was like, yeah, I got you. And me and Dennis Rodman sat there and kicked it for like at least 2 hours, and we talked nothing but sports. We didn't talk about, I wasn't, trying to get his autograph or nothing like that. And I was like, what you doing with your life now? I mean, you're ever going to go back to playing ball? Because I told you I hated you, when you played with the Pistons because you were such a good player. And I remember you when you played in college. And he was like, oh, for real? Yeah, I was like, yeah, man. And it was just two dudes chilling. And Dennis Rodman got me drunk off my ass, and we sat there and we was just talking about people wandering around and how tore up they was and all this stuff. And it was like a real cool, just kick it situation where I didn't want nothing from him, but because I thought, because he had a cowboy hat on or whatever, I just thought I was buying a drink for the bartender. I thought that was like the theme of the night or whatever. You feel me? So, and I just happened to be a Bulls fan, and I knew his whole career, and we had a good time just talking. So I understand where you don't want to have all that notoriety all the time, where everybody's like, oh, just all in your nutsack, and you gotta be apprehensive all the time about everybody. You know what I'm saying?
I could tell you a whole lot of stuff. I think Minister Charles can tell some stories too, man, but it ain't really worth all that. It's just like celebrity and me, I'm not interested in being a big time personality and big time presence out there. I like to blend right on in and be normal people, man. I'm just regular people. Quinshon Judkins, touchdown, 9 yards, running back.
Damn.
That's that burst.
You know what? I'd rather have more money than notoriety all day long. Pay me, and you don't know who the hell I am. That's how rich people stay rich. You have no idea some of the richest people in the world that you be kicking it next to, especially living in Vegas for all them years. You couldn't even tell them people was rich until you hung out with them and talked to them.
Hey, by the way,
find out what they did.
Quinshon Judkins, man, you just missed a great play because he extended that knee. He extended that knee. He could have easily touched the ground, and that was just a great ass play. I just don't want the show us telling stories.
Oh, he put his hand up.
I just don't want the show to turn into a story, a storytelling match about us telling shit. I'm just trying to keep it football.
Oh no, that was a great run because he put his hand down and he's got so much power. He held himself off the ground to get that touchdown. That was nice.
just mushed number 4. So get down, cuz. Yeah, man. Let's see if Notre Dame can answer. If Ohio State gets them off the field rather quickly, I'm sensing a bad trend. I'm just gonna say that.
Marshall Falk is hanging out with the hood. I believe it. A lot of cats is more comfortable where they grew up. Anything else? Look at that. I mean, that's just a great. It's almost a combo block. Number 85. He brushed off one dude right to the next guy and let the running back take on a one-on-one. And I told you, Judkins is used to that, running cats over, playing the SEC. That's why you can't stop him when one dude. And that stiff arm was deadly. Bow, get off me.
Ohio State just has they just got superior talent everywhere. Not to say that Notre Dame doesn't have great talent. They do. Their talent is the superior talent on their team is much more sparse than Ohio State. Would you agree with that?
I agree at certain positions. I also agree that if it was 100% healthy, it'd be a lot different scenario. But from what we see, but overall, yes, Ohio State is much superior in every position because they do a much better job of recruiting. And I take it back to what we were talking about earlier, is that people feel it's a privilege, and the state of Ohio does a hell of a job recruiting in Ohio and the neighboring. They got nothing but Michigan and Indiana and Pennsylvania and Tennessee. They got that region kind of locked down because everybody wants to go to Ohio State because Ohio State is on TV too. So they got a larger region of reach compared to a lot of other schools that get to see them all the time, like how we get to watch Notre Dame here in the Midwest.
Here's one of the lesser known secrets about Ohio is a football haven, a football hub. It's a football state. Football is religion over there in Ohio. Not saying that it's not religion in other states like that, but one of the things I learned to appreciate about Ohio is how thick football is and how serious they take it. A lot of these guys, these stud players on Ohio State, like in particular, one of my draft crushes, Sonny Styles from Pickerington, Ohio. When I lived there, that's like right around the corner from where I live. Right around the corner. He grew up right around the corner from where I live. I'm telling you, it's a talent-laden. Ohio is thick with talent, and they're serious about really good fundamental football. One of the things you'll learn if you were living in Ohio is all throughout the state, they play some really, really good sound. You're talking about assignment football. They are really good at that in the state of Ohio, and it's a great place for a football player to learn the fundamentals and techniques that it really, really, really takes to make you a great football player. Ohio State's one of those really, really slept on states that do that.
Well, I think it's probably Texas, maybe California, depending on not all of California, but large pockets of California, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia are the major football states in the country until you get to pockets of Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida is all football, but they have so much other stuff that they do. It's not 100% football, where in those places it's 100% football. You see what I'm saying? For the most part, other than California, because they have so much other stuff. That's why I said pockets.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those areas where just like people don't believe that Indiana is the basketball capital of the country, and it is.
Oh, it ain't.
Behind New York.
Oh, it ain't.
It really is.
I'm claiming that right here, bro. I don't give a shit what nobody said. I've seen the best hoopers I ever seen in my life come out this motherfucker right here in Illinois, up in and around Chicago area, as far down as Champaign, as far west as Decatur, Springfield, up far as let's just say, I would just say I hadn't seen hoopers hoop up in Waukegan, bro. Straight up. And I mean, we hoop all over this motherfucker. I've been all over this motherfucker. I challenge anybody right now to tell me where there's better hoopers at. I think we probably got the most hoopers in the league. I mean, throughout the history of the NBA, dude. Illinois is a hoop haven, bro. All that shit about Indiana, yes, they got great shooters come out of Indiana. Yes, really, really good shooters come out of Indiana. But I ain't hearing that shit. All the best hoopers come out of Illinois.
No, oh God, that's just terrible. That's just, you can't win like that.
Ooh.
I mean, how you run into you can call it where you call it right into the man. I mean, that's a quarterback spot right there. That really is. You called right when the man is coming right to the ball. I mean, I don't know what to say. This ain't bad coaching. This is bad execution right here.
I don't know who to blame for that one. Because
no, that's when you call for the hike. When you call for the hike, that's the quarterback. So you supposed to know when the man gets across, or you just a timing play.
Not necessarily FFG, because the center could have been off with his timing and when to release that ball into the quarterback. So it could have been perfectly done by the tight end, perfectly done by the quarterback, and the center was a little too early, or a little. Yeah, I mean it's hard for me to see that
but
live.
You're calling for the ball. But you're calling for the ball on a.
How do you know? How do you know he wasn't early and hearing something? He's not hearing something else.
Because he's supposed to be looking between his legs, waiting for the leg to raise. And if he know the play is coming, he knows there's a crosser. I mean, you got it. I mean, that's kind of play is a time play that those three players, or at least the quarterback and the center, need to be on the same page. Got it. There ain't no other explanation about that. And if you know there's a man coming in motion, because you can hike the ball late, but you can't hike the ball early.
I think there's a couple of ways that could have went wrong. You know, you could be right, I could be wrong, but there's a couple of ways that could have went wrong. So it's hard for me to look at that live and know who fucked that up.
Yeah, but I mean, he hit the man. So I mean, it had to come out of his hand and hit the dude. So if that's a center's fault, that's he not paying attention, because
Ohio State trying to get them on the boundary, man.
Yeah, great pursuit.
They're gonna attack them on the boundary until they stop it.
I think this is going to be a great game. I didn't think it was going to be a runaway. I really didn't think it was going to be a runaway. And I think that Notre Dame's defense is going to be tested more than it has all season in this situation. But their offense has been killing themselves since the first drive of the game. They haven't executed worth the damn. Penalties and bad plays have really been an issue. Wide open.
FFG's feelings starting to come out, y'all.
No, I'm just saying the guy was wide open. Was he not wide open?
You ready in your mouth because you started to feel that pressure.
I'm not feeling no pressure. I ain't got no money on this game. Only pressure I'm feeling is on my stomach to eat dinner later.
I'm telling you, Ohio State too good for them.
Oh, no, they have a better team. There's no question about that. I just think, how do you utilize what you have to neutralize what other teams do well? Because a lot of the years I thought that didn't have the best team, New England. They schemed up well against other teams. That's how they beat a lot of people when they weren't the best team in the league. Even when Tom Brady wasn't the best quarterback in the league, they schemed well, and that has to do with coaching. And
this ain't New England, bro. This ain't New England, bro. They about to take this. Ooh, he just trucked that cat. He just trucked Xavier Watts. Woo! TreVeyon Henderson just trucked him. But I respect the shit out of Xavier Watts for maintaining that hole and maintaining that discipline. Woo! That was physical right there.
Hey, met him in the hole. I mean, that's all you can ask for, right? All I can ask for is make the tackle. It ain't like he ran him over and he got 4 or 5 more yards, got a first down. Now you gave yourself a chance.
I think people watching the game sometimes that never really played this to a certain point don't realize how physical that is and how big of a collision that actually was. Like that was a train crash. That was a car crash right there. That was a straight up car crash. He had to take that one right on the chin.
I know. I've been in them car crashes before. They not pretty. I'm going to run this back.
On TV, it might not impress you that much. But when you out there, every damn ounce of that. I mean, that was a really physical tackle right there and a really, really physical run. It's a really physical game, and I think Ohio State physically is more superior than Notre Dame. But we gotta play it out and see what happens. But I think that's starting to really show up. That's starting to look like the difference to me is the physicality of the game. Notre Dame is definitely trying to meet them with the physicality. It's not that they're shying away from the physicality. They're bringing that shit. But I think Ohio State is a little bit more physical right now. That's just my take on it so far. How you guys doing? Is everybody still watching the game or y'all tuned out? Y'all halfway listening to us and looking at the game at the same time? What's going on, y'all? Mr. Charles is the only guy chatting. What's going on? Give me a second. Give me a second, y'all. We're looking at 14-7. Looks like are we still in I need to blow this up and see this. Hold on 1 second. 2 minutes left in the second quarter. It's the game I wanted to see. It's the game I wanted to see. I just hope it's not a blowout. I really do. But hey, y'all let me know what y'all thought about those players. Which of the players that you saw, let me know who are the players that you would love to see here in Chicago. Whether I don't care how many it is, but think about some of the players that we put on display and tell me which one of the guys that, if there's several, point that out too. Just put that in the chat. But let me know who y'all think would be a good fit in Chicago. We know who the offensive coordinator is going to be, so we got an idea. Got an idea who the defensive coordinator is going to be, but that's not solidified yet. But it could be some news breaking that I haven't heard yet. I haven't looked into my phone and seen anything on YouTube, seen any news stories, so I don't know. I'm gonna be green to everything about whoever is going to be on this coaching staff. It could be some guys out there I haven't heard about. Jack Sawyer, Minister Charles. I love that shit. Jack Sawyer is so versatile, man. I can see him being I don't care what they do with him, just put him on the field. His motor is relentless, and he's just going to be a difference maker when you put him out there. Line him up as an edge rusher, line him up as a linebacker, don't matter to me. Put his ass out there. He's an animal, bro. I appreciate that one, Minister Charles. Ohio State already out here moving the ball. Ohio State and shotgun, they moving this thing. TreVeyon Henderson shifted him over. See here. Throw the ball, kid. You about to get. Hey, you held on to that ball too much. Notre Dame ain't got no quit in him. I know that. Mr. Charles says he's going to replace Edmonds right out the gate. I'd like to see what if Dennis Allen comes in here. You know, like I said, y'all, it could be some contract situation that, you know, that they might say, you know, I like Tremaine Edmonds, but for that dollar amount, I'd rather move on from him and then bring somebody else in just to free us up some salary cap space to do some other things. I could see that happening. I'm not mad at Tremaine Edmonds. I know why Tremaine didn't look as good as we expected him to look, but I ain't going to argue that no more with the fans and supporters, man. I'm not doing that. But I know why you didn't see the product you was looking for. We got 2nd and 13. 1:25 left on the clock, second quarter. Quarterback and shotgun. Just dialing it up. Number 4 is a stud. That receiver, that freshman receiver is DK Metcalf as a kid. Straight up stud. Straight up stud. He'll come out next year for sure. His body is just too NFL ready. This cat is, you can't believe this cat's a freshman. I cannot believe this cat's a freshman, but he's DK Metcalf as a little boy. Number 4 for Ohio State. I think his name is Jeremiah Smith or something like that.
Can't remember. I believe that's his name.
Yeah.
Wow, they got the ball back that quick?
Oh, there they go. Oh, Xavier Watts broke that up. Good play. Good play. That's nothing but respect on that one. He just never gave up on this ball. I thought TreVeyon had that. He just couldn't secure it. That's 50-50 right there. That's the essence of 50-50.
That's a great safety. Because that's tied. It went to the defender that time. He made sure he didn't get it. Did they turn the ball over?
Hold up. Let me see about this.
Wait, how'd they get back down here so fast?
Ooh-wee. First down.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The quarterback is running on him today. This kid ain't ran all year. Hey, that's what's killing him. This is timely runs by the quarterback.
See those lanes, you gotta accelerate. You gotta take advantage.
No, but that's the biggest difference that they've seen from Ohio State offense today. Is their quarterback has been running the ball more than I've ever seen him run. It's not like they kill him on the ground. The quarterback has the most rushing yards of anybody on the team. And he's not a running quarterback.
Man, stop all the excuse making, bro. You just mad.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you how the game is going. It's not excuse making. I'm telling you that's a difference I've seen in their offensive game plan today. Is they ran their quarterback a lot more than they ever have.
The quarterback, they're not telling them to run the ball. He's just seeing lanes and just taking off. I don't think there's any plan to that. I think he just.
They've had design runs today for him.
I've seen one design run. The rest of it is I see the lane take off and get the positive yards. That's what I see.
Oh, that one definitely was. But I'm just saying, I've yet to see him use as a weapon in their offense because of all the other options they have. That's all I'm saying.
He's out there using the shit out of Jeremiah Smith. He's using the shit out of Jeremiah Smith and Egbuka.
But who's leading their team in rushing? That's what I'm trying to tell you. For a team that is balanced, like Ohio State is, with all the studs they got, their quarterback is leading the team in rushing. You ever see that in a game. That kid hardly ever runs the ball.
They're doing it now.
Right, and that's why I think that was a great game plan by Ryan Day to say, hey, look, take advantage of this because they're not looking for it. So if there's nobody open downfield, just take off because they're not looking for you to run the ball. That's great coaching.
That's built in every scheme. You know that, right?
It is, but how many people use it on a consistent basis?
Timing is everything.
Right. This is the most runs he's probably had all season in a game, especially in a half.
I've seen him get quite a few against Illinois. I've seen him get quite a few against against Michigan. I watch Ohio State pretty close, man. He's got him in there. He got some in there. And I'm not saying that he's trying to do Lamar Jackson shit, but I'm saying he's
not. I'm saying he's had a lot of runs.
Touchdown, Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, they rolling now. They rolling on him. They rolling. They rolling.
Wide open. Left your man wide open. You know what? Because this kid, the threat of that run has fooled their defensive coordinator. I think that's an excellent game plan on Ohio State's point. Really, because now they're looking at him as another offensive weapon compared to just throwing the ball and sitting back there and passing.
Notre Dame. All that green.
And the ass kicked right
now. I told you it's a mismatch, bro.
You think there's going to be anything less?
It's a mismatch. It's a straight up mismatch.
Oh, they definitely be out today. So everybody who was thinking that Marcus Freeman was going to be the next Bears head coach, they get out schemed today by far since the first drive. They've been out schemed. Look. 4 guys ran to this dude, and the one guy that had that guy left him open. They were afraid of the run. That's excellent coaching. You have 4 dudes trying to step up to stop the quarterback.
Hey, FFG.
Because he's been killing them. He's been killing them. That is.
Hey, FFG.
Tell me I'm wrong.
If they had came to my school and recruited me, they wouldn't be in this position.
Right, because you can guard everybody on the field all over the place, right?
All they had to do was bring their ass to my school and recruit me. They wouldn't be in this tight ass spot right here.
So you mad they didn't recruit you? Is that what it is?
I'm being an asshole, but
they didn't come to your school. They know, man, we need you on the team.
All they had to do was bring their ass to my school. We'd have had that pedigree up in there. We had the pedigree up in there, and we wouldn't be having no problems right now. We'd be hailing Ohio State. But that's what they get.
Right. Because you playing offense too, huh?
I'm playing everything.
Oh, goodness. That's funny. I like that. That was a good one.
You know what's even funnier? You know why I didn't like, and you're starting to see that they put names on the back of the jerseys now? That was one of the things.
I don't know why they did that. I loved it when they had nobody. It was a team game. You were just number 54. I love that. When
you're a vain-ass teenager, that's not attractive, bro. When you're a vain-ass teenager, that's not attractive. And I think Marcus Freeman knows that, and he probably had to lobby for them to get that changed up. But that's not very attractive to people that you want to bring in. Nobody.
Years?
Hey, let me tell you something. Not everybody. There's only a very few people in this country, kid-wise, that is just in awe of Notre Dame's so-called prestige. And people are very, very vain, especially these days.
Not today.
Even me, when I was I was just like, man, they ain't even putting names on the jersey. Fuck all that. That's just how I was. You know what I mean? And that means something to me. You know, I don't give a shit about your tradition. I want my name on the back of my shit. That's how I felt.
Well, I know this one thing that people earned respect at Notre Dame because of that, because they considered everybody's on the team, that it was a team game, that all that I'm not going to call it grandstanding, but if you would be known for the name on the back of the jersey, then you don't represent the front of the jersey as well. And that's their concept they had.
That's so outdated.
No, but that's a concept they had.
It's outdated. There's a reason why. There's a reason why there's names on the back of the jerseys now. Somebody noticed that, like, you know what, man, it's time to let that go. That worked for a long time, but that's not the case no more. It's the truth.
Right.
That's some bullshit.
But be honest. Be honest. Do you know the names of players because the name is on the back of the jersey, or do you know the number because that number was synonymous with that position on that team for what that player did?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
So when I tell you who's the greatest 34 out there in football, what do you think of?
Somebody might think Bo Jackson, man. Everybody's not Chicago fans.
Oh, hell no. Come on,
Somebody
man.
might think Bo Jackson. There's people out there like that, bro. It's not like a one shoe fits all. This is just how people think around here. I go to other places and shit, and people do respect Walter Payton wherever, but there's, Walter Payton is not, especially with this new generation, is not synonymous with the number 34 no more. This is just how time flies. Okay, this is how time
51.
flies.
Number 51.
I mean, 51, I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
You know who 51 is?
Hey, hold on one second,
Dick
bro.
Bucky.
I gotta pop out. One second. Give me a second, bro.
Go ahead. All right, Bears fans. Nomad Network. Do you pay attention more to the number of the player that's your favorite player and you know his number, or do you pay attention to the number on the back or the name on the back of the jersey? I'm just curious on how you feel about that. Just like when you say number 23 in basketball, most people ain't going to say LeBron. Now, he wears 23 because of the 23 was made synonymous, but from someone else. You know what I mean? So I would love to hear your thoughts on this, because this is something I've always been always thought about, like, could be something that, like when you say number 4, there's a bunch of number 4s out there in football. But when I think of number 4, it ain't John Elway. It's Brett Favre. And I hate that dude, but he was the toughest SOB that I ever seen play the quarterback position. Really was. So just like when you say like 32 playing football, especially if you OG, you're probably going to say Mr. Brown, But, I mean, I would really love to hear what people think about this situation. And right now we at halftime, Notre Dame getting a behind kicked, like most people predicted, which I can't see anything else. Well, what I've seen on the screen is Ohio State's a much better team. Very point blank. Their athletes have outshined Notre Dame, and their coaching and their execution hasn't been up to snuff.
All right,
whatsoever.
Let me go. My fault, dude. I had this personal shit jumping off in the house, but listen, Minister Charles is saying that per Adam Schefter reporting is that league sources Dennis Allen is the new defensive coordinator. I'm gonna go try to see if I can run that down right quick. Let me look. See what I can see. If Adam Schefter's saying, ESPN is probably saying it. Let me see.
Well, let's find out.
I so hope that's the truth, bro. I so hope. Let me look in.
No, they're just talking about hiring of the. They're talking about hiring of Ben Johnson. So far, I don't see anything about Dennis Allen.
Let me check out. Let me go look at Twitter right quick. Hold on. Let's see what Twitter's talking about. I believe you. I believe you, Mr. Charles. I'm just going in to see what they're saying on here. I know you're right. I know you're right. I'm just gonna look and see if I find something. I'm not seeing.
It just said Dennis Johnson leading DC candidate. So for what I've seen, it hasn't been. I don't know if they reached a deal yet or whatever with Dennis Allen. It could be.
Let me just look for.
So, what do you think he's going to run?
Hold on, bro. Let me find this guy.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think Dennis Allen's going to run? As far as his,
I know exactly what he's going to run.
You think he's going to keep the 4-3?
He's going to run a hybrid. That's what he's been doing.
So he's going to take advantage of all the linebacker / defensive ends we have that are on the smaller side and make them consummate pass rushers.
Hold on for a second, bro. Hold on. Let me share my screen right quick. Let me stop this screen. Pull up this screen on Twitter. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read off what I'm seeing. Can you see that, FFG? Can you see it?
I see.
Okay. Adam Schefter.
Oh, you're in the back. Okay.
What'd you say?
Back. Okay, you're back here. It's up here earlier. Quick.
Okay, let me read it. Adam Schefter. Bears are heavily pursuing Saints interim head coach Darren Rizzi as a potential special teams coach per sources. Heard about that name. He has interest from over a half dozen teams, but Rizzi does not land a head. If Rizzi doesn't land a head coaching job, Chicago is a potential landing spot. Also, Adam Schefter. Ben Johnson has been busy assembling an all-star coaching staff, star-studded coaching staff, and the leading candidate to become his defensive coordinator in Chicago is Saints head coach Dennis Allen.
Yeah, I see that.
So I think
stretch from readers.
Somebody's gonna have to come in and somebody's gonna have to come in and give Dennis Allen something that he's not being offered here. Hopefully that doesn't work. And I'm knocking on wood right now and we get this cat. He said Minister Charles says they're saying that the Raiders offered Ben Johnson $90 million. I heard 92. So the Bears must have dug deep. They had to, man. They had to make McCaskey get in his pockets, man.
Well, when you consider how much making over there in Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin. He makes $17, $18 million a year.
Dennis Allen is perfect for this situation. I mean, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. They get him. That's a home run hire, bro.
So you didn't want Robert Saleh?
No. Mm-mm. I think the types of players that they had in San Fran made Robert Saleh the name brand he is, but you have to be able to draft the guys that you need, right? In order to turn that out. So they were good at drafting. And so you put the right players out there, give them the right technique, fundamental work, right scheme to help them excel. You put the right player in the right scheme, great fundamentals, great work ethic, and you're going to get what you got. So I don't think Robert Saleh's a bad coach, but I think Dennis Allen is better.
So Mr. Charles talking about he gonna put Sawyer in and put Edmonds out to pasture. I think that Edmonds has been playing in the wrong situation for the scheme. I think he's going to get back to being able to play downhill more and be more of a, when they need him to cover, he can, but not have to be where he runs backwards every play. He can run downhill. And I think they're going to address the safety position in the draft. I really do think that's one of the and I really think that Ian Cunningham is going to get a job. I think wholeheartedly Ian Cunningham is going to get a job, and we're going to get that 3rd round pick back for this year and for next year. So I think that's really going to help us build a solid, especially having 4 picks in the top 100 or so. I think that is where we're going to excel in the draft. But free agency is where I want to see where the market is being made first to distinguish what he sees the deficiencies are in the Bears. So that's what I want to see what the coach collaboration is going to be to make us a better team and more solid and have that foundation to build upon to accentuate the small areas of need and build the offensive line from there. And we're still going to need a defensive tackle wholeheartedly now, especially if they're going to go to a hybrid scheme. You're going to have big men in the middle. So either you get one in free agency or you're going to have to draft a monster. And you're going to have a backup to Billings regardless what you do. So I think in free agency, they're going to either put building blocks in places where we need them, and then they're going to go build the trenches and have the depth that we're going to need to move forward. And I really think that is where we're going to excel if this coaching staff is up to snuff.
Well, it's a lot of so I think what's going on right now is I think a little quiet period before some of the names of his staff start to get released. It's going to happen probably late tonight or early tomorrow sometime, and we'll be able to break some of that stuff down at the very least, at the very latest on some extra sauce. But depending on what happens and who is able to attract here and any kind of breaking news that might happen over the next 24 hours, we might have to do a show. But I think the staff is really, really important, man. Who you bring in here, how you attack this thing, is going to be, the position, like the offensive line coach, the receivers coach, the running backs coach, all that stuff, the coordinator, whoever they name at either one of those jobs is going to be straight up important to whatever happens here, man. I can't wait to see who they are.
I'm more concerned about the most important aspect that I think has been lacking. And I think Ben Johnson needs to get this right up front. And that's the O-line coach. He needs to be a teacher, and he's got to want dogs and nasty maulers up front. It's got to be, we got to go back to take them out back and beat they behind type dudes. And that's really where I see us changing the culture in Chicago. Because if you don't get nasty up front, it doesn't matter what happens behind that or what happens down the field if that's not solidified. And so that's where I've been at for the last 3 or 4 years. That I thought that was going to be Ryan Poles' area expertise, and he's failed in that area trying to patchwork. Now you need to bring in pillars on that offensive line. You need to have dudes.
I'll tell you something, bro. I think I would say this, and I feel good at saying it. I think with a better O-line coach, I think you'd have had a better turnout with some of the pieces that Ryan Poles brought in here. I don't think the O-line coach was sufficient at his job. In fact, I think he was somewhat incompetent, looking at the developmental side of the people that were brought in here, because there's guys like I just didn't think he was really good at his job. Without getting too long-winded about it, I'm not excusing Ryan Poles whatsoever. I'm not saying that he brought in good quality guys, but I think that he thought with bringing on Chris Morgan, having a little bit of pedigree, that he felt like, okay, we can draft some guys with some really good traits and develop it into something that's going to work for us. I think he trusted that probably a little bit too much and missed on some people that he probably should have picked. You know what I mean? Just to say, we got Chris Morgan. Chris will develop him. I like this guy's traits in the 5th round. I'm gonna get him here, and I think his ceiling could be a starter. So that kind of mindset I think Ryan Poles had, and that's probably a misjudgment of Chris Morgan's character, to be honest with you. So I think that was a flaw, not his ability to be able to identify. I think he could still identify a good lineman. I think his ability to get him here and get him coached up in the right way and get him ready to play, I think was misjudged. And so that's why he looks bad.
Well, yeah, I think Simo wholeheartedly failed in his tenure as a Bears coach. He didn't do nearly the job that we had for the secondary coach, And if you look at those two areas, one excelled and one, name an offensive lineman you can say in the last 4 years they got better, that you can devoutly say this guy has under tutelage of such and such has made progress.
Braxton.
Well, Braxton actually got to play against better competition.
Well, you just
for his size and ability.
Name a guy. I just told you, Braxton did get better every single year. He just reached his ceiling.
Well, he got better, right? But did he or did he?
No, he got better.
Because with his, I'm saying he got better. He got better. I'm wholeheartedly saying that. I'm just saying, did he reach his ceiling with the current regime?
I think he reached
because I think with his body type and talent that he could have been a much better player.
I've been saying this since we got Braxton Jones. The only downside I seen in Braxton Jones was the slack in his lower body. His lower body and bottom half, people, we used to crack jokes all the time doing these shows, and I'd be like, he ain't got no ass. And you need ass to sit down and anchor. And he doesn't have ass. And in order to be able to anchor against powerful people, you need to be able to sit down and have some meat back there to sit on. And he doesn't have that. That's the strength in his lower body. And it was only going to get so much stronger. When you don't have it, you don't have it. He wasn't born with that, that gift beneath the waist and having an anchor. He doesn't have that. And so that always showed up. Braxton constantly got better and better at everything. Like, he probably took a step back at, being alert and on cue, having a whole bunch of penalties and stuff like that. Things like that. I don't see that as like his lack of development. He just wasn't tied in as much as he should have been. But Braxton, I think, has seen his ceiling, man. He is physically he's at the tops of where he's gonna be physically. He's never gonna fix that anchor because he's never gonna grow a butt unless he goes to Brazil and gets a butt lift. He's never gonna have one, and he's never gonna be able to sit down and anchor against the top level competition. He was gonna get pushed back into the quarterback every single time by the top guys. That's just the bottom line about Braxton Jones. He's gonna be a great swing tackle. Starting left tackle, he's not qualified.
You know what? I have to give it to you on that level, but I think coaching, diet, and workout regimen helps that a lot. And if you see a deficiency in a guy, if you didn't build that up, and that coaching too, that you didn't allow him or, strength and conditioning coach, whatever, you didn't work together or something, that this is not what you wanted. So you can see the deficiencies of a player. And now you say, okay,
hey, this is what we need you to get better at. Here's how you're going to do it, and here's how we're going to help you. Now let's go out and get you the tools to make you a better player. And now once you've gotten that, we're going to show you how it benefits your game. You talk about one guy, and we had how many dudes coming to Chicago?
Look, man,
over this time period.
We talking about
4 years.
Guy, but
I mean, no, I'm just
you don't seem to think that they're getting the proper whatever they need in that. Trust me, man, they're getting everything they need in that building. It's just, some guys have a ceiling, bro. Some guys have a ceiling, and like a Jatari Carter, I'm curious to see what could have happened under another offensive line coach, because I think Jatari Carter had a skill set that I thought was going to fit here under the right leadership and under the right offensive line coach. I had no doubt that his skill set would work. He just didn't, for whatever reason, didn't get a chance to show that here in Chicago. And, you got to take that for what it is, I mean, it's just what it is. But I thought I had some real high hopes for him.
The offensive linemen that we had in that similar situation that have gone on to other places, like Phillip Daniels and a lot of other people. Hell, Eddie Goldman left.
Let's pause right here. How many offensive linemen has Poles drafted? Do you know?
Let's see.
You got to remember, Jatari was, I think, either a 7th round pick or undrafted. I can't remember. He was late, but he hasn't drafted very many. He drafted a center. He drafted Braxton.
4. I think it's 4.
Okay, so he hasn't drafted very many offensive linemen, and so the one that's still here is, there's 2. It's Braxton and the center, and I don't know how long he's going to be here.
No, well, I didn't even count Doug. So Doug, Braxton, Wright. Those are all draft picks. Jatari Carter.
Okay, so I take that back. So we got 3 still here. Not Jatari, but Darnell Wright, Braxton, and Doug Kramer. So Doug Kramer is probably not going to be here. I don't know. That could change.
No,
I don't think he's going to be here. So they'll have 2 guys that they drafted still here. One of them is going to probably be a swing tackle. The other one's going to stay as a starter at the right tackle. So give him some credit. The game just kicked off. Second half just kicked off too, by the way. Probably put that up. Give him some credit. I mean, he hasn't drafted very many guys, but
Right, but your free agency though, the guys that you brung in, name one of them dudes.
I don't want to get into all that because
right, exactly. You just name anybody's on the team still that you brung in. Name a dude.
Like they got a whole line full of them. All those guys Brian Poles brought in. Jake Curran, fucking Matt Pryor. All of them end up starting. Ooh,
this year.
Good play. Good play.
I'm a little bit behind you and more knock away. $14 to $15. That's ridiculous.
Pardon me, bro. I got choked up a little bit.
That's a great. That's 90%. That's just a ridiculously great number.
Quinshon Judkins off to the race. Off to the races. Getting ready to get ran down though.
Oh God.
Woo wee.
5 to 5 though.
Ooh wee. Ooh, let me see this.
Yeah, this is a backyard beating right now. Early in our second half. Goodness gracious.
The damn receiver came over for a pull block. Egbuka. Man, shout out to Emeka Egbuka. Are you kidding me? That's usually reserved for a damn guard or a tackle. He came over and pulled.
Tight end.
He came over and pulled. That was nasty.
They are well coached. I'm telling you. I didn't think it was going to be this solid.
I told you, man.
They've been out coached in this game wholeheartedly. This is nasty. They even just wasn't ready for this.
Too much talent, man.
What the hell she got on?
Too much talent. Tight ass Marcus Freeman. With your tight ass.
Why? Because he's still young enough to show up. It's just like he's still somebody.
I got shit. I don't even trying to wear it all tight like that, though. I'm straight. Trust me when I tell you I'm straight. I ain't just trying to be out there with no tight ass shit on.
No, I'm just telling you, he happy to still be in shape.
You should be, motherfucker, in a gym every day. If I was right next to a gym every fucking day, I'd be lifting all the weights in there too. There go Judkins again.
But he don't get paid to lift weights. Ask Andy Reid.
Hey, you live in that. You got to live in a facility like he does. You're gonna definitely be in that gym lifting some weights. You're gonna definitely. It's hard not to. You hear all that, especially when the players be in there. He's probably in there early in the morning before the players get in there and shit. And we have many coaches that was like that. Our strength and conditioning coach looked like he was on steroids, but he just was a gym rat. You know what I mean? That motherfucker outlifted us. So he could talk shit. You know what I mean? Like, get your shit together, baby. He could talk buku shit to us because he was more of a gym rat than we were. I hated weights. I hated the weight room, bro. But I knew I needed it. You know what I mean?
Quarterback run. Yeah, they're utilizing the hell out of this.
They put 2 more touchdowns up, man. It's over. Well,
no, I'm just saying design quarterback runs though. I'm just what I'm seeing.
They just walked in the end zone, bro. Just walked.
Oh yeah,
they just dogged.
What I'm saying is that's one thing they did in this game that is special for a coaching standpoint that I would love to see next year to exploit a team. If Ben Johnson can do that for the Bears,
what?
He utilized the quarterback as a runner in this game.
Dog, anybody that's got a guy that's got a little bit of athleticism will use that, bro. It's like most of the quarterbacks in college and in the NFL have running ability. So everybody.
That's Detroit. They don't.
I say most of the quarterbacks, and I ain't talking about Detroit, bro. I ain't talking about Detroit.
LA, Cincinnati. There's a whole bunch of teams that don't run a quarterback for nothing.
And where
they have to run is because they run it for their life.
And where are they?
When you see a lot of these design quarterback runs,
who are the quarterbacks left in the playoffs? Who are the quarterbacks left in the playoffs? Think about it.
Josh Allen,
runner.
Jaden Daniels, runner. Jalen Hurts, runner. And Patrick Mahomes, who don't run unless it's has to be a run.
Also a runner.
No, he's not a runner.
He will run the ball, dude.
He runs when he has to.
Either way you want to look at it, you can argue all you want to, bro. You can argue all you want to. The core tenet to every last one of those guys.
They do not design no run plays for.
Bro, they're mobile quarterbacks. Every last one of them.
Mobile and design runs are two different things, Nomad, and you know this. They don't design no run plays for Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, they have. I've seen them design run plays for Patrick Mahomes. They have. Yes, they have.
Of all the plays they have for Patrick Mahomes, you maybe have 1 or 2% where it's a run play call for him in a season.
But you talking.
It's not part of their offense. It's not.
All right.
Josh Allen?
All right.
Lamar Jackson?
All right.
Yeah. That's like saying Joe Burrow. They design run plays for Joe Burrow. They
You
don't.
being argumentative for no good goddamn reason. Every
No,
last
I'm
one of
just
those
saying
guys
that's
are
not
mobile
part of
quarterbacks.
how
You're
they
missing
how
the point. Every
accomplish-
last one of them are mobile quarterbacks, FFG. Every last one of them. And will be used in that way from time to time. Let's say Patrick Mahomes isn't getting called design runs as much as the rest of those guys, but it happens. Definitely happens.
How often would you say they design a run for Patrick Mahomes in a game plan? In any game, on average.
Say that one more time.
70 plays they run. How many plays do you think they design a run play for Patrick Mahomes? Just be honest.
There's no way for me to know that. Number one.
No,
Number
I'm just
two,
saying for what you witnessed.
I'm sure there's plenty sprinkled in there.
There's not plenty. There's no way.
If you're a good offensive coordinator, you're gonna call a couple of those in there.
Lamar Jackson, yes. Hell, even down in Tampa Bay, they have more design run plays.
Argument now, man. You're just arguing for the sake of argument.
I'm just saying that's not part of their game plan. They want him to throw the ball. They want him to sit back in the pocket, move around to throw the ball.
Patrick Mahomes
has to run. That's their goal.
Patrick Mahomes has gotten plenty design runs, man. Plenty. You're wrong about that one. Just eat that.
No, you eat that. There is no way in fuck Andy Reid designed to run plays. Patrick Mahomes to go run out there and get broke up. Okay. He ain't that tough guy. He runs to get out of bounds, to get away from traffic. And he slides down. That's how he runs. Just like Caleb Williams. It's very few. Now, Justin Fields, yes. Design run plays. It's the type of quarterback he is. Mobile quarterback. But they don't design a lot of plays in their offense to take advantage of that skill set. They take advantage of his arm. 99% of the time, they want him to throw the ball. They don't want him to run. Let's be honest. Now,
what's he preaching
Buffalo?
To the choir for, bro? What are you preaching to the choir for?
The truth is, ain't no choir behind you. Ain't nobody singing those songs.
Hold on, man. The truth is that every quarterback in the rest of the playoff are mobile quarterbacks that can get design run calls. However many they do it, it's up to the coordinator. Who knows what percentage of it is from one game to the next? I don't really care, but I know that all of them are mobile and have the capability to do that. That's just the bottom line about it.
No, that's true. But of all the quarterbacks, the last four, who gets called? Who would get you? Would you say has the least amount of run plays called for them as a part of their part of the offense?
I'm answer this for you so you can feel a little bit better. Patrick Mahomes. Now you feel better.
No, it's the truth. It ain't making me feel better. You
got to be right about something, don't you?
I'm just telling you, it's not how they run their offense. It ain't. It ain't. Even with all them broke up running backs they have, that is still not their game plan. Him to design run plays for him to make up for the running they've lost by all the injuries.
All right, bro. It's 3rd and 8 in this game, man. I don't want to keep beating that dead ass horse. Here we go. Notre Dame is in shotgun. Holy moly. 88 in motion.
It happens again,
Here
boy.
Ooh, Denzel Burke, nice tackle, open field. Jack Sawyer was on his ass, bro.
Are they going for it? I think they are.
I think you got no choice. You're getting your ass whopped. Better have the right play design for this one.
I think they be going for it.
They got the punt team out.
Especially when it was, it's 4th. Wow. I thought it was only 1 yard. Oh, that's a bad call then, or a bad spot. He definitely was 1 yard.
Freeman. Oh, we had a fake punt. Incomplete.
Incomplete.
You should have just went for it, you idiot. You're just aggressive.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But I think the spot was bad because that dude definitely got within a yard of the sticks, and they called it 2. So the onslaught continues. Apparently,
Ooh,
He just dropped that.
It was a good play
It's a
call, but
drop.
he should have just went for it with the quarterback. That's what he should have
Right, but I mean, I'm just gonna say, as a starting wide receiver, you're supposed to catch that.
Now Ohio State about to really, really turn one up on them. They about to turn this up on them. I can see the defeat in Marcus Freeman's eyes.
One thing that hasn't happened in this game is a turnover, and this is the first playoff game I've seen so far in this playoff series. There hasn't been one turnover by either team. Oh, great stutter step in the hole. That was a nice move by Henderson.
That was a pretty cool design right there. I like that.
But that was he beat old boy in the hole like he wasn't even there. That was nice.
That was a half a jet sweep. You know, he didn't complete the jet sweep. That was an interior run off of a jet sweep motion. That was nice. I don't know if I've seen that.
But he destroyed the defensive lineman though. That's what I liked about the play.
Ooh, quarterback run and
that was. Did I tell you they killed him with that? Zion quarterback runs, right? Am I wrong? This kid ain't ran this much all season.
If your edge rushers ain't disciplined, they deserve to have this happen to them. You got edge guys.
Yeah, it's true.
Man. They got to be more disciplined in that. And
this is where coaching is killing them all day because they don't have their
word, FFG, please.
Oh, sorry about that.
I know you ain't trying to do that, but ooh, nice tackle. Ooh, that was nice. If TreVeyon got around that corner, he was gone.
They're getting beat because of that wrinkle they added into their game plan today. And I really think that has been the difference. Now, they've been great running the ball at the goal line or near the goal line. But as far as the rest of the field, they haven't really, except that one run. Judkins.
Nice defense. Hey, that defense on Notre Dame ain't quitting.
No, they can't quit.
They ain't quitting. They got no quit in them.
No, I didn't think they ever were. I just think they've been outcoached today. Their defensive coordinator has been thoroughly outcoached today. By far outcoached. And they saw something in the game plan or the previous games they watched where they saw they were susceptible to. And they've been taking full advantage. Even if it wasn't a hold, they had what
hold on,
still was going to be complete.
Hold on a second. It's 2nd and 17. Ohio knocking at the door. Ohio State knocking at the door. They're in at the 30. Hand off to TreVeyon Henderson. They didn't get much of nothing. So Notre Dame is not quit. You know, that's
quitting. Right.
They are really trying to stand up to these cats, man. But it's just a matter of time, man. They're gonna get this ball in the end zone or get a field goal here. But that I'll tell you one thing. Donovan Jackson on that left side has been locked down. Straight lockdown.
And they haven't seen many butt weapons like this, but you know what? Every time they've gotten to one of these bigger games where they went against superior talent.
Oh my goodness.
They behind it.
That should have been a touchdown, man. Quarterback, you need your ass whooped. How you missed that? You can't get no more wide open player than that. Good Lord, he just missed him. That shit was terrible. Ariel says, I have a feeling DeAndre Swift is going to get traded for a bag of saltine crackers.
Wait.
You know what? I hope not, man, because I can't, it might happen.
Update.
It might happen.
Mine ain't updating like that, man.
What?
My chat's not updating.
Field goal,
For some reason, it's getting frozen or something.
That's something on your end.
Yeah, everything else is real time. Even the StreamYard, everything is real time. The game.
Refresh your page.
I know why that's why I was wondering why the chat was so slow earlier.
Yeah, this is beat down city.
I even got back the word live on my side, or at least what it is with the, Okay, here it is.
Better. 31-7 Ohio State. 7 minutes and some change left in the third quarter. And it's just looking like a runaway freight train to me.
It really is now. They're getting out, coach.
Ariel says Ben Johnson Lee reportedly hated talking about DeAndre Swift. They traded him away to sign Montgomery and Gibbs. I don't know. I have no knowledge to refute that. I have nothing, understandably, to I don't know. To be honest with you, I just don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens. Because there's going to be a lot of questions being asked. Somebody's going to find DeAndre Swift and ask him some questions about that. Somebody's going to find Ben Johnson and see what he thinks about it. We're going to find out one way or another if that's true or not. I don't know. I can't say that you're wrong, but I just have no way to even qualify a statement on that.
No, I like what you call it said, Mr. Charles. I really would like to see what he does with Elon Wheeler. I think that would be
Wheeler
project if you really want your
fast. Be a miracle, bro. That would be a miracle if he made this team after that injury and came back on this team and made this team after a year after that injury. That would be a miracle.
Well, we don't know because he's been hurt since training camp. So
I'm telling you, it's going to be a miracle. We'll see.
I'm just saying. I wonder. He might be a doctor by then. He might not want to come back. Hell.
I like the kid, but I that's a tough climb, man. That's a tough climb.
I really want him to go to Tyler Scott as well. For all the cats that we have on this team, they're underutilized.
He says Wheeler is an amazing story, and I want him to make the roster, but man, it is unlikely. That's just exactly how I feel about it. I don't know that people like I've seen, even though I haven't gone through major like knee damage or nothing like that. The worst I've ever had was a sprain, and I've never went through like surgery to reconstruct something or to right a tear in my knee or nothing like that. Never been through anything like that, but I've literally seen people go every day in that training room and rehab and the process that they have to go through. And it's incredible to watch, to see someone come all the way back from that in a year and come out and make a team roster. He's going to have to be like a thoroughbred. He's going to have to be like some thoroughbred that it's hard to do that. I feel bad for him because usually guys like that have those kind of injuries are usually solidified on the team and their spot is kind of comfortable. He never made a team yet. And so for him to come back from all that and make the football team, I think would be an incredible story, but I think it's a far cry. I don't know about that, Aishan. Aishan, I got some news for you. I don't think okay, you said last year's free agent running backs were stacked. This year kind of says, okay, I thought you was talking about the draft. So you might be right there. I don't think the running back market is that tough right now in free agency. You're right about that. Yeah, Minister Charles, it's going to have to be some Adrian Peterson type recovery. And Adrian Peterson just has superior DNA. That's just the best thing you can say about that. He's just like an alien when it comes to that. Let's see what Ohio State does here. Wide receiver screen. Good play by 58. He just crashed down. Good play. Let me see what we got here. 1st and 10. Ohio State trying to open this thing up. They in spread formation. We're going to see what they can do here.
Well,
ooh. There's number 5. Ooh. Beaux Collins, I think. Yeah. He probably got a concussion and they need to get him off the field. He's wobbling.
You get one catch. And I mean, that's one thing they haven't done. I told you Notre Dame was going to have any chance that they would have to have 250 yards passing. They only have 250 yards in this game. And he ran right into the defender. If he had kept going outside, that was the lane. That was the alley. So as good as they have been against other teams, they're not seeing the holes today.
Mr. Charles says
Ohio State superior.
Mr. Charles says
athleticism is killing them.
Mr. Charles says he thinks we should target Najee Harris. I like Najee. I like Najee Harris.
Unless you want him to be the
Sonny Styles.
Unless you want him to be your thumper back, you know, for tough yards, goal line, things like that. And Notre Dame right there.
Sonny Styles on the blitz.
And I know he saw that coming.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. 24 tried to get in the way. He was just like, man, I'm finna get flattened like on one of these cartoons.
No, but you gotta throw this away though. As a quarterback, look where his vision is. Right up. You gotta throw it away. You can't take them kind of hits. 3rd and 19. Yeah, they've been outplayed all day long. You in line on that. This has just been overpowering. Oh, pass interference. The one decent play they did have.
Egbuka playing slot corner. That's where he's out of his element, in my opinion. I think he's more of a.
Well, he's going to get some tight end too. Who got 6 inches and about 150 pounds on him.
That too. That's a big motherfucker. He dealing with.
That's a big boy. Look, he all on him. And Ransom right over there. Even if he did catch it, getting nothing cracked up.
Notre Dame trying to play a little urgency. Let's see what happens, man.
It's way too late. They should have did this in the second quarter.
Football left, dog. It ain't never too late. Look at all this football left to play. Come on now.
Well, when you down 24, I mean, where was the sense of urgency when it was 21-0 coming out of halftime, 28-0? You know what I'm saying? Then they had a whole second half because they came right out the gate and put up a touchdown. So it ain't like. So since then, it's been 3-0.
Now,
so
I agree with this, Ishant. He said Najee and Ben's system can probably be as good as Montgomery. I'm looking for our own Gibbs. You should have been here earlier. I had a guy, Ishant. I'm gonna put him up here just for you, just because you just came into the chat. I don't know if you've been watching it the whole time. I don't know if you subscribe to the channel or any of that. But just in case, I'm gonna show this guy for you. This is the guy you want to go look at. Ishant. You looking for Gibbs? This is the guy you want to go look at right here. Go look at Ishant. Go look at this guy right here. This is your new Jahmyr Gibbs. If you're Ben Johnson and you're looking for that player, this is the guy right here. Go check him out and come back and let me know what you think. See what you think of him and let me know. Let me know if not in the show, in the comment section after the show, whatever you want to do. But let me know what you think about Brashard Smith. I'm telling you. Let me get him down. Get back to the game.
Oh, man. Well, try to make it look at least respectable. That's all I can say.
Oh, number one. Nice. Nice play. Who is that? That was nice.
That's Great House. What I told you about earlier.
Nice.
Great House. And didn't I tell you when we was doing the player profiles, Great House?
I don't think he's coming out though. Or is he?
He's only a sophomore. Look, this kid is no joke.
Check him out. Yeah, he's not coming out. I forgot.
No, he's a sophomore.
No, hey, we did TreVeyon Henderson. He was one of them, but that was just Ohio State Notre Dame players for this game. But I just showed that player as a treat to everybody watching the channel and watching the show. That's the guy. You know, a lot of people are saying, you know, we getting Ben Johnson. We're gonna need a certain type of skill set in the backfield, and we're looking for that next Jahmyr Gibbs, and that's the guy. That's the guy.
Nice. Well, at least it's respectable.
That's why it ain't never over. Can they keep
you need a turnover
though?
Need a turnover though.
That's hard to say. I shan't. Like it's a lot of podcasters that come on and try to tell you, you know, I have him as a 5th round grade and trying to sound all official. I don't know when the fuck these guys are gonna get drafted. You know, you just don't know who values him where on their draft board. So I think it's pretty cocky for a lot of these podcasters and, you know, people that do these things trying to make it like they know what they're officially talking about. Nobody fucking knows, bro. And so if I had to guess, it's somewhere in the middle. Hold on, it's somewhere in the middle rounds. If I had to guess, I shan't middle to late rounds.
It really all depends on who needs a running back and when, who's hurt, who gets traded, who they don't re-sign. So a lot of this stuff is suspect, I'll say at least. But as a projection, he's probably a 4th or 5th round. But he did get a lot of
it's irritating
shine this year.
It's irritating to watch people that do podcasts. You know, I have a 5th round grade on him. I have a 4th round grade. I was like, who do you think you are, bro? I don't know. And I know football in my spirit and soul. And I still don't know when the hell one of these guys might get drafted. I just don't. And so I have no idea. And so that's one thing I tend not to speculate about is where somebody might get drafted.
It really does matter in this situation if he's available and when. You know what I mean? So, and it really going to depend on how many draft picks that we're going to actually have. Because if I'm Ryan Poles, I'm trying to parlay like he did his first draft. I'm trying to parlay some draft picks into more draft picks. So I'm giving Ben Johnson a full slate of you choose, or we're keeping most of the draft picks we have. We might trade down the 1st round, get you an extra 2nd or 3rd, and then now you fill the cupboard however you want it, and now we go out there and kick somebody's behind.
All right.
You know,
hold on, man. Before you go any further, I'm gonna do this for you guys because I love you all, man. Y'all come in here and support us with everything we do. I'm giving you a sneak peek into our running back show. I gave you the speed guy, the Jahmyr Gibbs type of guy, and Brashard Smith. I'm about to give you the thumper that I think you all will also like that. You know, a lot of people ain't nobody talking about him, but I'm about to pull him up. So give me some time. Give me a minute, FFG, if you can carry him for a second while I pull this guy up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you a guy that I know y'all going to like when y'all go watch the film. Y'all going to love this cat. Especially you.
Yo, everybody in the chat, Lathan Ransom, you know,
Jacob Capone, the Don. That's Nomad's boy right there. I really think that we're going to have to figure out, based on what is said in the next couple of days, what the mindset is going to be for Ben Johnson. So that's really going to be a telling situation on how we draft and how we go through free agency. And then that's going to make Ryan Poles the figurehead at that point to make stuff happen. So once we get that all established and once we get a coaching staff in here, then it'll be easier to say, okay, here's how we want to mold the team into the clay that I have to what the figurines that I want to put out there in the field to go do battle. And I really think that's going to be the key.
If you guys are ready, I will put this guy up. So I think about Minister Charles a lot, especially when it comes to this type of thing, because he's emphatic about we need a physical running back and a thumper. And I think we need 2 running backs. That's why I gave you guys Bashard. But this is the guy that I think you're going to really like, Minister Charles. This is mainly for you. But for all you guys that don't know who this cat is, he's not a guy people talk about often, but I'm telling you right now, Tosh Brooks, running back from Texas Tech, 5'10", 230-pound senior, extremely powerful, superior contact balance. When I say that, I mean, guys just bounce right the hell off him. He's going to run right through arm tackles, man. Really, really soft hands as a receiver, man. That's one of the traits about him that's really special. And just great lateral agility. So normally you'll see a guy of this kind of size and this kind of power, and you think, okay, big, clunky, not very, very fluid from left to right. He's got great lateral agility. I mean, great lateral agility. He'll make a guy miss right there in the hole. He's the physical running back that you need, and that's like Minister Charles is talking about, late round pick, and you don't need to have to draft early. Both these guys that I put on the board are guys that you can get later on. Just got to have an eye for the talent and know where they are and know when to get them. Tosh Brooks, I guarantee you guys, when you get through watching him on film, you'll come back and let me know what you think about it. Let me know if you like him or not. Whatever you got to say about him, just make sure you respond to us in the comment section or later on when we're doing a live show. But I'm telling you, this is a guy y'all gonna like. Tosh Brooks.
He's what they call at the bowling alley, bowling ball, because that's what that kid is. You just roll him out there and he ding, 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 and he's off to the races. Ain't the fastest cat in the world, but the way he takes on tackles and hits and keeps on pushing, that's what you want. And that's what you're talking about with Najee Harris. That's what he was known for. So if you want a kid that's younger, less miles on him, and actually can take that punishment for the next 4 or 5 years in the NFL, that's who you want as far as that kind of running back, because he's low to the ground, and that's what allows him to have that balance that he has, be able to stay on his feet, just like everybody loves Genty. Imagine Genty with a little more power, to run through a lot of them tackles. Like if you saw when they got down in their playoff game, he wasn't able to get out a lot of them tackles. This kid don't have that problem.
You know what I like? You know what I really like about him? He gets up to speed really, really quick, man. And once a back of that size get up to speed, like he gets from 0 to where he needs to be speed-wise really, really quick. And that's really daunting, especially from a guy my size. I played at 5'10", 185. Like, I ain't trying to see that shit in the hole. I'm really not trying to see that. I'm just being honest with you. And I'm not shy. I was a very aggressive football player. But guys see that in the hole, and that's going to make them like, oh, shit, I ain't trying to run into all that. He's very impressive on film. I hope you guys like him. I'm pretty sure you will.
He's got what you call choppy feet. So when his choppy feet, he'd be able to get down, bing, 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 and keep it moving. And that's what you can call him, keep it pushing. That's what he does. He keep it pushing all the time. Texas Tech is never on TV, so you don't get to see him a lot.
Exactly. Taj is not. I'm not gonna say he's got runaway Jameer Gibbs speed, but his speed is very deceptive. Like he's got real good game speed. I've seen him pull away from some guys. I've seen him get run down. You know, it's like that. That's the kind of physicality you need in this type of offense that's going to be run here in Chicago. You need that kind of brutality. You really do. I think we just got to draft 2 running backs. Either that or we're going to have to keep DeAndre Swift, which I won't have a problem with. Whatsoever.
I'm so sick and tired of this. Fair catch it in bounds. Either you let it go out of bounds or you catch it and run. I don't want you to catch it at 5 yards and like, oh, we ain't trying.
Hey, y'all, I got so many sleeper draft picks for you guys, man. Y'all gonna be amazed at how I dug and found some of these guys, man. I found some dudes straight up and some places you probably wouldn't imagine. I'll give you another quick one. I'm not gonna put his image up here. Gray Zabel from I think it's what is it, North Dakota, South Dakota State, whatever it was, wherever the receiver number 9 from Green Bay came from. I can't remember exactly the school, but Gray Zabel is a tackle out of there. People will like him too. It's one of those names out there. Every position, I'm telling you, I've been doing my homework, y'all. I've been doing my homework.
That didn't help you. That's not helping. Not helping you at all.
That's RJ Oben. RJ Oben with the dummy.
Wow. That's just sad. You busted up.
I hear you, Minister Charles. North Dakota State. You're right, Jay. Good looking out for that. North Dakota State. Look out for a name called Gray Zabel. Just Google him. You'll see, man. He's solid. Really, really solid. Jaden Reed. I think Jaden Reed. You talking about Jaden Reed? He's the receiver from Iowa State, right? Is that him? I'm not sure.
Well, what are you looking at?
He's talking about Jaden Reed. I think he's a receiver at Iowa State. I know he's a Jaden something there. I got so many damn names, man. I can't keep up with all this shit. I can't.
There's a lot of dudes
in my catalog
there that's balling.
I got so many guys I can't wait to show y'all. I cannot wait. And now that we got the coach and as his staff he fills out the staff, then we can really, really get full ass into, off season and scouting and doing all that kind of stuff and looking at some of these guys to draft. That's just like I live for this kind of shit. Yeah, Jaden Reed. Okay, my bad. That's the Packers receiver. My bad. And they got a Jaden something at Iowa State, a receiver number 9. He's pretty tough. He reminds you a lot of, as a matter of fact, the receiver at Iowa State reminds you a lot of. He'll put you in the mind of what's our receiver number 15, man. He gives you a lot of those vibes, man.
Hey, I'd really like to have Egbuka as that slot receiver. I really would. And let DJ cook and let what do you call it? Rome just be the over the top guy. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're gonna sign a T. Higgins or whatever to replace and let him be the outside receiver. And then you really can cook and let DJ be the slot or interchange DJ or Rome. That would be awesome. to run this offense. But you need a possession receiver, regardless of what they do.
Yeah, where you get them
so
from?
I'm really curious about how this shakes out.
Where you get them from is anybody's guess. Ishan says, bro, Lions fans are pissed at Ben Johnson saying he sabotaged them on Saturday.
Could be.
That's fucking crazy. Man, fans be tripping, man. Our fans be tripping like that sometimes too, but that's wild. They turn on them.
What they saying about Aaron Glenn then? What he just packed it in at halftime.
Hey, Jay Capone, I'm still looking at North Dakota. I started with the O-line. I ain't reached into receivers, running backs, and all the skill guys yet. I've just been looking in the trenches right now. But I believe you when he says that Trey Lance's brother Bryce at wide receiver for North Dakota State is pretty decent. I believe you. They got some. I don't know how they get him. I don't know, but they find some dynamic ass athletes in that school, and I just don't understand why. I don't.
They should be stars. I'm gonna tell you right now. I told you my godson is playing for South Dakota right now, starting point guard for South Dakota. Used to play for Louisiana Tech, and I'm telling you, you can come out here and be a star. I'll send you the guide. If you guys really want it, I'll send you the guide for all the dudes that's out here because I have, some connections out this way, and y'all really going to be happy to see, like, some of these cats.
So
straight up.
So the receiver that I was talking about at Iowa State, Jay, is Jaden Higgins. I think that's his name, Jaden Higgins at Iowa State. Y'all like that cat, too. Big, fluid, can move, good-ass catch radius, strong. He's possession receiver personified. But he kind of reminds you of Rome Odunze a whole lot when you watch him. He kind of reminds you of Rome. He's about the same size as Rome. I think Rome is going to end up being that possession guy. There's Egbuka right there. Just and he fumbled. And let me see if he was down first. Oh,
I'm not sure. They're gonna have to replay this because it's close. It's very close. Hey, you talk about Iowa State, their tight end Neal ain't no joke.
They got a couple.
That's
They got a couple of interior D tackles that's tough as shit too. People don't know about them. I got them on deck.
Oh, his knee was down. I think his knee was down.
No, the ball came out first. Ball came out. Pop.
Oh, yeah. Right. Just barely. Woo. Yep. That's a great angle, too. Yep. First turnover of the game.
Minister Charles, who would you pick? Who would you pick as GM? Me or no, you or FFG? Who's going to be the GM for the team? You or FFG? I know what you're going to say.
I want to build the trenches.
I'm crazy enough to believe
the best safeties in the world.
I'm crazy enough to believe I can run this team as far as putting the pieces together. I know I can do that. I know the players. As far as the business end of it, I might get out there caught suspect, bro.
Right. You mean broken first day of free agency. Can't afford to pay the rookie.
I'll talk about between you and FFG. I know you're going to choose you, Minister Charles.
I still love you, brother, but yeah, you home run hitter. You're going to be out there. I'd hire people to make that keep me off the ledge, make sure I'm being fiscally sound. Okay. If you want to be Ryan Poles, I'll be Ian Cunningham grabbing you by the back of the neck. Like, look, calm down, bro. You're gonna find out when we start doing that the real franchise stuff that we got coming up in the next couple of weeks. You're gonna see I'm probably more. Kez is the cheap ass. Trips and Kez they real cheap, both of them. But I'm probably more. I'll attack with the money more than they will. Just say that. Oh, I already know that. You trying to open up You trying to be Scrooge McDuck?
Hey,
Like up in
I,
there. You trying to get all the money swimming out the gym.
You want to buy a couch that's gonna last you for the remainder of your life. You better not go to Big Lots.
Hell no.
You better not go to Big Lots. You better go somewhere where it makes some quality shit, and you got to spend a little money. You get what you pay for, bro.
That's why my phone is charging on my computer right now. I got what I wanted, and I paid good money for it. And I got all-in-one, wireless, everything for my house.
Nice ass pocket presence there. He threw that ball with somebody draped on his ass. Nice. Great House is showing up.
I told you he was the one. That's the kid that just really, like, they got two really good sophomores that can ball.
Jacob Pone, I wish like hell we can get some kind of variation up in here. I hope with this new regime and there's a new way forward, possibly, hopefully, without too much longer time to wait, we'll get some news on where the damn stadium is going to get built and some new energy. And I think you need all of that going on. You need uniform variations to really excite the fan base. I don't know that people get the value in that. Like everybody's so steeped in tradition around here. They don't want to see shit change, but they don't like the status quo. You know what I mean? They don't like the status quo, but they don't want to see shit change. And that's just really ridiculous to me. You know what I mean? You got to change like the rest of the league and get some exciting new uniforms, man, and get rid of them ugly ass socks. You got to.
Here you go with the socks again.
Bring them shits out on throwback uniform days. Get them shits out of the regular rotation. I'm sick of them bitches. Excuse my language. That shouldn't have came out. I apologize.
Whatever. We know that's how you feel. You're a sock hater.
I don't like them striped socks, man. I do not like that's some busted looking ass shit, man.
You more worried about the wardrobe than you are about the product on the field.
If you understand, like I haven't been playing the game for a minute, but I've been teaching and coaching and mentoring and training, and I'm trying to tell people this all the time, and they don't. I guess most people don't believe it, but I have kids that's gone to, like, the last one that I really sent to a major university was the one that went out to Oregon. And of course, that was his number one reason. Like, me and his mama had to send him down and tell him, like, dude, you got to be thinking of stuff outside of what the fucking uniforms look like. It got to that level, but that is why he went there. Because everybody knows Oregon has the dopest uniforms out there. That's why he went. He could have went.
Hell no.
That's why he went.
Okay, but he got bad vision or something.
That shit is dope.
Oregon is not nowhere close to the baddest uniforms out there.
You smoking something. That shit is dope.
In college?
Oh, yeah.
In college. The baddest uniforms out there.
Easy.
Come on, man. With them ugly gray bitches?
Easy.
Please tell me he wasn't looking at them.
Easy.
When he made his decision.
Easy.
Hell no.
All I know is he sent me a couple of suits, and they tight as shit. Some couple of jogging suits. They tight as shit. Trust me when I tell you.
I didn't say they didn't have some uniforms that weren't good, but I can't say they got the best uniforms in college. Gray House.
I don't think it's good luck trying to tell me like I know a lot of kids that wanted to go to Oregon that could have went anywhere just because of that. Not only him, there's a lot of kids, especially when he came back to a camp and pulled out all that Oregon gear and was just giving it away. Man, dude, they just love that shit. Who is this Notre Dame trying to fight
all
back?
the uniforms in the country?
That's the dopest ones out there, in my opinion. Dopest ones out there.
I can't see it. Their colors, that green is ugly.
Are you tripping?
Well, it's
You tripping?
oh come on, man. Why?
This game, they trying to get good. They trying to make this a game.
Well, it technically is a game.
I don't know how the hell they call a flag on this.
I don't know either. But
I don't know where the hell the flag was at.
Why they call holding?
It must have been away from the play.
It must have been on the other side of the field because that's nowhere close to holding.
It was on number 2.
That's just great defense right there. No, it couldn't have been on the dude who was defending.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, they called that. Yeah, he bear hugged him off the line of scrimmage. Well, why do you consistently you don't try to run the ball? Like for Notre Dame, got hit right in the hip too.
I don't think they can.
They holding on every play. Look at that. Just throw cats down. Oh, that's funny.
There we go. Notre Dame knocking at the door. Back to throw it. 50-50 ball to the tight end. Nothing. Lathan Ransom on the coverage. That's my other football crush. Lathan Ransom is that guy I want to replace Jaquan Brisker. He's got it all. It all in spades. Try to find me a flaw in Lathan Ransom. I dare you.
Oh, man, he ain't great. Anybody who drafts him is going to have a plug-and-play starter.
Would you say he ain't great? Did you say he ain't great?
No, I'm saying he is great. I can't see anybody drafted him as not a day one starter. What part of that didn't you hear?
You kind of fragged up a little bit.
Oh, maybe it's a reception or something. Got to take the field goal now. No, these are impressive. And they wasted this opportunity at 1st and goal after the penalty. They didn't challenge at all. And this is coaching right here. This is where I'm giving it to Ohio State in the coaching regard. 100%. They didn't do a better job.
They missed it. That's what they get for not going for it. That's exactly what they get.
He missed his field goal?
He missed it.
Oh, Dink. Oh, wow.
That's what he get. You down, you getting your ass kicked, dude. You got a team that's moving the ball and they got life. You got to be able to detect that and know that as the leader. It's like, man, you know what? I'm gonna show my team confidence and show how much confidence I got in them. Go out there and make a play.
Yeah, but 4th and goal from the 9, it's hard to.
I'm going for that shit.
Turn down points. It's hard to turn down points in the national championship game.
I'm going for it. You ain't got nothing to
lose. I'm not. 4th and 9.
9. You got 9:24 on the clock. FFG. You got to go. You got to get you. You need a touchdown, bro.
No, you telling you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You don't need not with 9:24.
Well, ain't no guarantee. You haven't been able to really FFG. You haven't really been able to stop them. They've stopped themselves for the most part, and so they can easily take 6 to 8 minutes off this clock with no problem. Just running the ball.
That's not their MO. They're fast. Okay. And that's the thing when you're a high powered offense. Either you score fast or you give the ball back fast. It's not they're not a methodical offense.
Timing
is
how timing is they had great momentum going on right now. That would have been the perfect time to go for a 4th and 9. Try to get something, try to punch that thing in.
Now to get points. They've been lacking points all day. Trust me. You don't go for it at that point in time.
Yeah, that's why they're going to lose.
Hold it down for me for a moment. I'll be right back.
Go for it. We got it. Looking at a damn, I don't know who eats at Chipotle. I don't eat that shit. When I want Mexican food, I go holler at the Mexicans. I don't know why people eat that. They must not live in the Chicago area because we got some great ass Mexican food around here. I just know some people like Chipotle. I don't like Chipotle. One girl bought me some Chipotle home one day for something to eat for lunch. And I was just like, no, don't ever bring me that shit no more. I would imagine Eric Washington ain't going to be here, bro. Minister Charles. I would imagine he's going to be looking for a job. I know you're probably trying to be funny here, but yeah, Eric Washington probably ain't going to be here. I don't like that, man. I don't like it. But that's the way this business is, man. You in when you in, and you ain't when you ain't. Somebody gives you a job after the guy that hired you gets fired, and you got to pick up the pieces. It's just a lose-lose situation. The only person I can remember recently that got an interim job or some kind of gig, midway through the season of some kind, that got a full-time gig was Antonio Pearson. He only lasted a year in Vegas. See how that lasted. Yeah. All right, here we go. Ohio State with the ball. Run to Quinshon Judkins. Got nowhere. They just trying to eat up some clock. They're going to have to go down the field a little bit. Here we are 4 hours into the coverage. Hopefully everybody hit the like button, hit your notification bell if you're new to the channel and you want to know when we go live. And if you're listening and not chatting and you want to help us out, hit that subscribe button as well. You can also become a member for only $4.99 a month. We would definitely appreciate you all, anybody that can help. And here goes the quarterback for a QB draw. First down. Clock is just chewing up clock. Just chewing up clock. Chewing clock up. They haven't found the answer for the QB draw yet. That being Notre Dame. So they know that Ohio State's in pistol formation. Another run coming likely. Hand off to Judkins. And there he goes for about a good 3 yards, 4 maybe. Don Burke came in here. He couldn't. There was too much smoke for him. It's too cloudy. Way too cloudy. Plus,
Don Burke in the house?
Plus, I got jokes. Here we go. They scored a touchdown here. This game is over.
Well, worst field-looking team in the nation reared its ugly head again. Damn.
Notre Dame linebackers won't smoke.
Oh, man.
Let me see here. Here comes TreVeyon Henderson. I smell a big run coming. It's coming.
We shall see, brother man.
Here we go. Threw it off target. He was wide ass open in the flat. Jeremiah Smith. Bro, turn your mic down a little bit. I can hear you breathing and everything.
Okay.
It done. It trust me. If you heard it on this side, you'll be like, "Hey, turn your mic down." I'm not criticizing. I'm just you. If you heard it, if you was over on this side, you'd know.
Is that better?
I don't hear you breathing as much.
I get invested in the game, man. I'm sorry.
All right, here we go. Either Notre Dame is gonna shit or get off the pot here.
Yeah, this is where it's the nitty gritty right here. Hell, that 3 really would have helped right now. Oh my goodness. We finna find out though.
Long ass podcast. I'm cool with it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Yo. It is worth it. Thank y'all for being here with us. Thank y'all for being here with us this long and hanging in here with us, man. Y'all could be anywhere in the world, but you choose to be here with us tonight, and we definitely appreciate y'all. Love the shit out of y'all, bro. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Look, these Taco Bell commercials about to piss me the fuck off because I ain't had no dinner.
I told you he's hungry.
I'm starving, bro. All I did. Okay, so let me tell. No man, let me tell y'all what happened today. No, see, FFG know the script. He already know what's going on. So I got up today, and I was just feeling like I was all ready for the show because I thought I had done all the player cards and all the information gathering for the show, so we can give y'all these players. I don't know what happened to kids, Minister Charles. He's somewhere playing hooky. I'm a karate chop the shit out of his ass when I see him Wednesday. But no, so what happened today was so I got up and I thought I had all those guys cataloged in a folder. And I went to go look for them to upload them into the StreamYard so I can show you guys when we go live. And I noticed I only had like 4 players. I'm just like, hold on, where's my guy? And so I looked into the folders and I thought I had finished doing all of the Ohio State and Notre Dame guys, and I didn't. And so I spent the entire morning and a good part of the afternoon before, like right before Ben Johnson got hired, I was still doing that shit. And so I had all that going on, and I hadn't eaten anything up until like, I think it was probably 2:30 when I first ate something. And so that's the only time I had something to eat. It was just breakfast. And I've been living off of that since then, man. And yeah, I'm not like starving to death or nothing like that, but I do want something to eat on, man. I really do. But I ain't gonna show you because I'm hungry. I'm lying.
Yeah, I talked to you because I came back. It was like 2:45, and he's like, "Hold on, I'm eating."
Okay, I might have been off a little bit. I know it's somewhere in that.
I just his schedule is so crazy, y'all. He put in a lot of work to do all this, and that's why I laugh at him sometimes. But I really appreciate his dedication to all this, what he does to put out this channel every day. It's amazing that his work ethic is like that. He really on it.
I appreciate
so
that.
I just tease him just because I can sometimes. But
on top of that, we got breaking news. So we had to create a show on the fly. I didn't see that shit coming. I was just like, damn, man. I was like, oh, okay. I know I ain't gonna eat shit else until later on tonight. Uh-oh.
Yeah, y'all act like as soon as the show is over, we hang up and go to bed or leave the studio. No. It ain't like that.
Right back to work.
We talk about other stuff.
I got to get right back to work. Whatever the next show is.
We plotting and planning on the next episode. Yep. So if y'all think that Nomad just retire, he don't. is a labor of love for him, and I can tell you that wholeheartedly.
I do love
labor of love, straight up.
I straight up love doing it for them. Here go Grunt. Oh, Evans. Big Evans. Big Mitchell Evans. I see signs of life in Notre Dame.
Well, they ain't got no choice now.
Let's see if somebody make a play. Ooh, there go JT. JT Tuiamola. And he's grabbing his ankle.
Yep, he waited too long. You can't. That's the problem.
He's been having
a passing game
all year. That cat's been having an ankle issue all year. He's been fighting through it too.
But this is where, as a quarterback, you have to stay in the pocket and throw the ball. That's not a. He getting held up the behind too. God damn.
That's how strong he is, man.
He finally had to let go. Let him get that sack.
That cat is super. He's been dealing with this ankle all year long. Every game I see him, everybody's like, "Where's his? Where's the proof that he's really good?" Like people don't know. Like you won't know that some of these cats are playing with injuries until you know they're playing with injuries. I've been seeing this cat every game, getting that ankle worked out, and still playing. So whatever's going on with him, he's making his presence on the field through that injury. I think, as a matter of fact, I think Montez Sweat was dealing with something. I ain't gonna say it's the ankle, but something was hampering him all year. And a lot of people are disenchanted with the production of Montez Sweat. Oh, we paid a lot of money. We didn't get what we want. He's not that good. And not really knowing the context of why you ain't seeing what you want to see. That shit irritates me when I hear that. Irritates the fuck out of me. It's like, dude, just because your microwave ass ain't getting your instant grits doesn't mean there's not context to the story. That shit irritates me, man, when I hear that kind of stuff. It's like, what do you think? Montez Sweat just forgot how to fucking play football, and he just all of a sudden became a sorry-ass player. Like, it's always a story to all that shit. It's irritating, bro. But that's me as an outsider looking in at the entire fan base. It may not be a lot of people in this that support this network, but I see it way too many times, and it's irritating. Know the context.
Well, the one thing that killed the Bears, and I'm going to tell you, Nomad, that really hurt Montez. When Billings went down, his production went down. And they never had anybody else.
The guy was hurt all year.
I know, but I'm just saying, him being hurt and not having that other side caved in to allow that pass rusher to be effective as much as he could be, affected his ability, even with an injury, to have one-on-ones. He was still getting double. You see what I'm saying? That helped him, his injury, be worse off for the Bears than it actually had to be, where he could actually be a stud defensive end one-on-one for the most part. He constantly got chipped because they knew they could run to that side, they could play to that side, and they ran away from him a lot of the year. So he was ineffective a lot of the year because of the scheme and because the one guy that really helped him be dynamic last year was healthy the entire time he was here. And that was Andrew Billings.
You could say that for
that's why we need a base eater.
You could say that for the entire D line, but I've seen a healthy Montez Sweat motor right through duo and combo blocks when he wanted it. I've seen him do a healthy Montez Sweat. That version of Montez Sweat with the knick-knack lingering injuries, not so much. Not so much. So everybody, the whole front was affected by Billings, and Billings is getting underpaid, to be quite honest with you. And if they want that guy back, they need to pay him a little bit more.
Well, they already paid him. He's already in a contract for the next.
They need to extend him.
This is.
Touchdown!
Win the passing game.
Touchdown! Great house. That's still not enough.
No, but it's the dude I was telling you about.
He's definitely a gamer. I knew
No,
about
he's
him.
a hell of a gamer.
I didn't spotlight him because I know he wasn't coming out.
Right, I know. I'm just telling you that's a kid. That's that early watch. If y'all out there, y'all still paying attention. This kid, Gray House, and they really haven't even tried to run the ball at all today. If you look at Notre Dame's offense, where they're predicated, they did not run the ball at all. And Ohio State took that away from them. And that's another scheme.
They're going for they're going for a 2-pointer here. And they're down 10 points. They're trying to get it to a one touchdown game and a 2-point conversion.
And 2-point conversion.
This was holy crap, and they got it. Good design. Good design. They got it. Now it's really a one-score game.
It's a game.
And you was talking about game was over. That was you talking about game was over. I told you, man, it's a lot of football left.
No, I'm just saying it looked to be over at one point because they were making mistakes on offense. But when they actually did stuff on offense where they actually challenged Ohio State's defense in the passing game, but their running game is still lacked to me. Well, that's just a hell of a catch.
Mr. Charles said, hey, Nomad kids is watching Farmer Girl Jess. I have no idea who I have no idea who that is. It's probably funny, whatever it is.
Mr. Charles got jokes tonight, boy. That's like saying he at the strip club. It was holding and pass interference and everything all down the field. And they didn't call none of that.
Look at all them tight ass Notre Dame people. Get excited with y'all little tight ass.
Why you still mad at the thing? You
see that crowd? You tell every last one of them to sit on the court and squeeze a book out of George Washington. Every last one of them.
If you was getting beat senseless too, you would have the same opinion. Now they got truckloads that can run through them buttholes. It's like a Long Island Expressway.
Here we go. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
They feel like the three timeouts. They got a chance.
Hold up, man. Let's see if they can sustain the drive, get a first down or two, and this game's over. This game's over. Let me see. Notre Dame has all 3 timeouts. That's good. They might need
right. That's why they kept them. So it's going to be now. This is where coaching really comes to fruition.
All right, here we go. Ohio State under center. Let's see what they do here. It's definitely a running play. Ran the ball with Judkins. Picks up about 3 or 4 yards. Let's see if they use a timeout here. Nope. They're going to let this clock roll. I'm not a proponent of that. I'll use my timeouts a little early just to have some faith in my defense. But here we go. Second down. 2nd and 7. 3:46 on the clock and ticking. I know, man. I'm telling you, OKC, I had to talk my boy in here. He thought the game was over too. I was like, there's a lot of goddamn time left on the clock. He said, OKC, he said he turned his shit off at 28-7.
No, they were beating themselves.
Hold on. First down, Ohio State. So that's the first knock against them. Quarterback draw. Got out to the outside.
Another one.
44 has
another one, right?
44 has not contained the edge all day. He has not contained the edge all day.
And that's coaching, right?
No, that's technique. Coaching.
No, that's coaching.
You gotta understand your technique and keep your leverage. He lost leverage. That's a player thing, not a coaching thing.
No, if you're telling him, hey,
You have to have outside contain.
Bro,
You get pushed inside every time.
Bro, it's a leveraging technique thing. If he doesn't set the edge high enough, the player can get outside of him. That's technique.
Also, if you're not wide enough, you're not setting the edge either.
You get too wide.
You can't tell me they didn't notice at halftime. This kid has just been running against him all day. This is the most rushes he's ever had in the game.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, that is not coaching. That is just the player didn't get his leveraging technique correct. Simple as that. Simple as that. That's not on coaching. They know what to do. He's just not getting it done.
If it's happening all day and it hasn't been, I mean, sometimes you have to overcorrect. If the coach is saying, hey, they won't get outside again, you can let them run inside because we got people to contain inside, then your whole job is to make sure they don't get outside.
Second down.
But if you're crashing down like he's been doing, that is coaching because they've been getting beat in the same thing.
I don't want to argue.
They're getting out coached.
You can believe whatever you want to believe, man. So I'm good with it. Second down and 10. Second down and 10, and they got a timeout on the field. Freeman talking to his boys. If they get a first down here, they still got 2 timeouts left, which is also good. You know what I mean? That's going to give them a little bit of options here.
I still got a third because of 2-minute warning.
What's that?
A 2-minute warning technically is a third timeout.
Okay.
So if you can stop them here before the 2-minute warning, call your timeouts. Now you got a 2-minute drill that you want to be able to run, and hopefully you can score. But now you need a special teams play too to help out. But you got to hold them here.
This is a precarious spot.
Gotta hold them.
Very precarious spot for a defense because any kind of play action boot can just really, really mess this up.
And a turnover really helps you here. Or a sack. Any one of those negative type plays
hold up.
Really kills Ohio State.
Hold up. Here we go. Ohio State quarterback draw. They're just trying to eat up the clock and trying to force them to use a timeout. They're just really trying to eat up the clock really right now. And Notre Dame just used it. They down to 1 timeout. Down to 1 timeout. It's good football out here, man. I like this kind of stuff. Here we go. 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11. Let's see what Ohio State dials up.
Well, are they going to try to win the game, or are they going to try to park out?
You don't know.
This is the game for them.
You don't know. That's the trick.
Really the game.
Because if you get off discipline here and you lose any kind of leverage on the backside of this defense, you all screwed up because they can pull that thing out of action and then hit them over the hole in the zone. It's all kinds of things that can happen here. But more likely, they're just gonna probably run this ball some kind of way and try to eat up some more clock. Oh, they're gonna throw it. They went deep, right over the top. Boom, boom. It's over. Right over the top. Dude lost leverage just like I said he would. Just like I said he would. He played
going for the gusto.
He played inside leverage and gave him all of the outside, and the quarterback saw it. You can't line up like that. You got to line up on him nose to nose, head up, with no leverage going inside or outside. You can't give him the entire outside and let the quarterback see that. He's just going to take advantage of that every time. What a dumbass call. That was dumb.
Coaching. He gave all the outside too.
That was coaching.
Yeah, I'm just saying they've been out-coached today. Did I not say that? They've been out-coached today?
No, we argued about something that an edge rusher was doing that you thought was coaching. And I'm telling you straight up, it wasn't. That wasn't coaching. But that was absolutely like, why would you call that coverage with that leverage? I know why you would want to take
inside all day.
Hold on.
I mean,
I understand. Hold on a second. I understand why a coach would want to take away inside leverage, but under those circumstances, you got to be able to trust your safety to be able to come down over top of that in case he does get inside. You know, he gets an inside lead on the corner. You cannot just freely give up the outside like that. That was ridiculous. But did
you see what happened on the inside of the play? They blitzed. And so they only had one safety over the top. And he came late because he was coming up too to be inside. They wanted to stop the run. That's how they got beat over the top.
Either way it go, you got to trust your safety to be able to close on that play. And you can't give him he just gave him basically a 5 to 7 yard cushion to the outside. And it's just too big. Like, I see that as a quarterback. I'm taking that every single time. Every single time.
Was I a fire? No, I was in the Army. I didn't get no planes.
Freeman. I never thought Freeman was a good head coaching candidate. Yeah, I don't think he's ready for no NFL action.
Not yet. No, he needs more polish. I mean, he needs to be able to command a team longer. And I really think he needs to stay in the NFL, to be honest.
He ain't got what it takes. He can't even handle this shit. That was crazy. But that's not on Freeman. That's the
they put way too many people on the inside. They didn't play defense.
Where would a team likely attack you under a circumstance like that if they're going to throw the ball? It was a good concept in theory to make sure that you got some kind of leverage on the inside in case they try to attack you in the seams or somewhere like that. But what it gave up was ridiculous. I'm just going to play that man to man. We're going to tack up. And if you make a play, you make a play. You beat us, you beat us. But playing it weak like that, man, soft like that was terrible.
Yeah, but they still had nobody back there. That's the sad part. And no safety was even around. And the guy that was up at the line of scrimmage had to run back, and he was way late on the play. So that's where they got beat. When they saw 9 in the box, they was like, okay, got you.
All right.
It's over.
All right, slow up. Ohio State at the line of scrimmage in I formation. There's about to be 3 straight runs.
Oh, it is.
They're not even trying to. What was it? Somebody ref blew the whistle on some flag on the play. False start. Offense.
I'm going to take it back 5 yards. It don't really matter now at this point.
It really don't.
It's technically over.
It really don't.
That was the play of the game right there. That was the play of the game.
Sorry, Irishman. Sorry. Here we go. 1st and goal. I formation. Another handoff to Judkins. Picks up about a yard. And the clock is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. And they just burnt the last time out. 2nd and goal. OKC Bear Boy says, was he an Eddie George interview? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really know.
What was that about? Like what was he gonna make to be the running backs coach? I mean, what was that? Like, why'd you give Eddie George even a shot? That's kind of jacked up to give Eddie George an interview and not even.
I have no freaking idea, but Eddie George took it, so Eddie George, shame on Eddie George for taking it if that was the case. If that's the case, I blame.
I mean, if an NFL team offer you an option, you take it. But still,
I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that, knowing what the situation is. I'm not taking it. I got too much pride for that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look at that. Look at all that space.
Here we go.
That's just bad.
Second and goal.
Bad
Ohio State under center. Let's see what they do. Another run play or just kneel it, whichever one. Quarterback sneak, picks up about another 2 yards. And the clock is ticking. They'll get one more play off, tick that thing down to somewhere in the neighborhood 30, 40 seconds, I guess. I don't know. And kick a field goal.
But yeah, them 3 points, though, is looming large now, though, right?
Not really.
No, but I'm saying them 3 points, if it was 26-31, right? They still have a chance. But because they missed that field goal, they have no chance.
Yeah, Minister Charles, I think that was straight up Rooney Rule shit. I don't like it. I don't like that kind of shit, especially when it's happening with our organization. I don't like that bullshit. But they just clearing hurdles, man, doing formalities.
No, first of all, they interviewed Brian Shaw and Ron Rivera. That's the two you need. So he wasn't part of the Rooney Rule. They'd already accomplished that.
You say Brian Shaw?
Yeah, Brian Shaw is black.
You mean David?
David Shaw is black. Excuse me. David Shaw is black. So they did, prior to even hiring the coach that they hired, they interviewed both of them dudes in person, or one in person, one over the phone, that were viable head coaches. So it wasn't like they were trying to cheat the system.
Eddie George, I think Eddie George is OKC Bear Boy. So Eddie George was simply to satisfy the Rooney Rule so that they can hire Johnson today. I 100% agree with that. Period.
I don't, because they'd already interviewed 2 minority candidates.
Okay.
So
well, hold on, because Ohio State's at the line and pistol. Let's see what he do here. Another quarterback, and he just basically got over to where the kicker wants to kick the ball. 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock and ticking. Yeah, I heard Shaw was in person too.
Right. So, are we really
hold
saying?
Hold on before you get into that argument, man, because they about to come out here and kick a field goal. Just hold on. You can get into it.
Kick a field goal.
Just a second. Hold on, bro. You can get into it. Hold on. You love to argue, man. So just hold on.
Well, I want to make sure it not falls out. That's what I wanted.
It's all good. You're gonna have plenty of runway to do it. Just give me a second while they kick this field goal. I hear you, OKC. I hear you. We're gonna get right into that right after this.
No, it doesn't have to be in person. Doesn't count because they did some interviews over the web. I don't think they did any over the phone, but they did them all on the what do you call it?
Truth is, neither one of us know how they did none of that shit. It's the truth.
I know they didn't make no phone calls and talk to nobody over the phone. I can tell you that.
I don't. I can't say that.
I can.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you know. I don't. Here we go. 33-yard attempt. 4th and goal. Hold up, bro. Hold on. 4th and goal. Let's see what happens here. Let's see here. He must have wanted right side leverage. Kick is up. And it is good. This game is officially over. Ohio State will be the national champions.
They will be.
Will be the national champions.
And they wanted to fire Ryan Day for losing Michigan.
If you ever lived in Columbus, you would understand that. It's a little deeper than just what it appears to be on the surface. Those fans are rabid about that rivalry between those two. I'm telling you, man, I've seen that city turn into something else when that game comes about. It's almost like I don't even know a good way to describe that. It's like nothing else exists in the rivalry but that game and that rivalry. And if they don't win it, that's like the world. Hold on, that's like the end of the world to that city. I'm telling you, unless you live there and experience it, you wouldn't really understand it by me telling you, explaining it to you. Minister Charles will tell you.
Is it worse than War Eagle Roll Tide?
Man, not even close, bro. Not even close. Minister Charles knows. He lived there. It's like that whole damn place stops when they face Michigan. I'm telling you, it's different there. It's completely different. And, you know, whatever you think about it, but I'm telling you what it is when you go there. Now, I understand.
So I got a question for you. We lost to Green Bay twice. We win a Super Bowl. Are Bears fans upset because we lost to Michigan or lost to Green Bay, or happy we won the Super Bowl?
I don't know what that had to do with nothing.
No, but that's our biggest nemesis, the longest running rivalry in professional sports.
Even that rivalry, when it comes to football, even that rivalry is as thick as it is. I thought I seen the toughest rivalry there is. I'm telling you, that Ohio State Michigan is something else. I'm just telling you. Bro.
Oh, I know it's deep rooted. Just like I know Alabama versus Auburn is deep rooted, where people who live down the street fist fight in the street over it. You know what I'm saying?
It's
oh no, really are. We talking about old ladies, 70, 80 years old, calling the radio station, cursing folks out. I felt bad for Paul Feinberg or Paul Feinbaum.
I heard about the Iron Bowl. I know many people from Alabama. And I heard about the Iron Bowl stuff. You know, I tell you another little rivalry that people sleep on, and I don't know that people really pay attention to, is the Atlanta New Orleans thing. Like, so I didn't really realize it was that thick until I moved over there to Atlanta. Hold on. Yeah, you right about that, Mr. Charles. He said Alabama and Auburn fans can drink together. Not Ohio State and Michigan. I'm telling you, man, it's a different animal, FFG. As much as you might want to refute that, I'm telling you, it's a completely different animal than you've ever seen. I ain't never seen no shit like that. But I don't want to get into a long ass conversation about it because I'm starving. But the one rivalry that I can say that would surprise me, I ain't gonna compare it to Ohio State, Michigan, was the tension between New Orleans and Atlanta, the Saints and Falcons. Like, that shit gets thick down there. Like, I think from what some people told me when I moved down there, some people both from New Orleans, some people both from Atlanta, they told me it's when Katrina happened and a whole bunch of people from New Orleans had to migrate up to Atlanta. And so Atlanta had this big influx of New Orleans residents that just kind of invaded the metro, and they just got into it naturally. And when the two teams played together, it's like literal violence down around in that motherfucker. And I'm not talking about like regular fist fights. These motherfuckers go get to acting real crazy when them two teams meet. But that's one other rivalry I can speak to. But I've seen a few in my day, man. But with that being said, man, I got to get this off the screen because I'm starving and I want something to eat. And I love y'all. Y'all been great to us, hanging in here with us for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Listen to us talk shit, watch football, and enjoy these draft picks that we pulled up. Hey, man, we got a lot moving forward. And I can't wait to put some of these guys on display for you. I hope I satisfied some of y'all's urges to see some of these players and know what they're capable of. Hope we broke them down as best we could in the simplest way we could with the time we had. But I promise to give you guys more, and we're going to do a whole lot better than that. So stay tuned to that. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you do that. If you haven't hit your notification bell yet, make sure you do that too. But please, if you are able and you can become a member and help us out and grow this channel and help us pay these bills over here, grab a $4.99 membership by just hitting join. You go to the YouTube channel and you hit join and become a member. You'll be helping out some great dudes over here that's really working hard, trying to give you some great content. With that being said, let me pass it on to FFG for some final thoughts and some pleasantries before we get up out of here.
Minister Charles, I have checked it out, just as far as the Rooney Rule is concerned. So you have to give interviews in person, and they did with Brian Shaw, or David Shaw, excuse me. I like the point guard from the Magic back in the day for some reason. I don't know why. He came to my mind. They also did it for Ron Rivera. Those are considered two minority candidates because what they consider minorities, non-whites in this country, even though they not the majority anymore. So they satisfied that way before they even hired Ben Johnson, and they've had in-person interviews with a lot of other people since then. So I'm not going to say the Bears try to cheap out on Eddie George and try to make it seem like, oh, we just need you to accomplish a rule, restriction or whatever kind of thing, because that didn't happen. Just like when the Patriots hired Mayo, who they fired, they didn't interview nobody. It was handed down to him, and they didn't interview nobody. So if you really want to talk about teams that actually cheat the system, look at them cheaters up there in New England. But I love y'all. Thank you for stopping by. Thank y'all for being here. Mr. Charles, OKC Bear Boy, Juju. I mean, there's been AC Adams, JC, Dante. Are y'all? You know what I'm saying? There's just been so many people in the chat today. Scroll, just, a lot of people have probably been eating dinner. Chris Foster was going nuts earlier. I really have a lot of affinity. Black Rain, you know what I'm saying? A lot. Naj jumped in for a while. I really appreciate everybody giving us love all the time. I really appreciate it, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't even have a chance to even get on here and say something, because I'm really just a fan, 100%. So thank you for letting us bring this content to you every time we on the mic. And we'll finna see about some real deal Holyfield finna come for the Bears coming soon. So that's what I really want to focus on, is what the next chapter. So come join us. Let's see what's going to go down. And Nomad, I'm going to give it to you. Close out the show so we can go get something to eat. I know we both hungry.
You got that right, man. But before that hunger can wait, man. I've been hungry this long. A couple more minutes ain't going to hurt nothing. I just do really appreciate y'all. I echo the sentiments of FFG, man. And we can't do none of this stuff without you all coming in and making sure you guys show love and breathe us great fresh air, and making sure that we got that platform and we can glide and do shows. And we know we're doing it for not just anybody. We're doing it for people that really appreciate it. That's the thing that I go to sleep and wake up every day knowing that I know we got a bunch of people that come and support us that really appreciate the content that we do. And so, man, I don't know if I can put into words how grateful I am for you all, man. It's just if you guys knew how really soft-hearted I really am on the inside, as rough as my voice sounds and how I act on the show sometimes, you would not realize how much of a sentimental guy I am, man. So I really appreciate y'all, man, for the very little things y'all do, man. It don't take much for me, man. I just really respect what y'all bring to the table for us, and I love y'all, man. And I do whatever I do over here and we do over here on the network is for y'all. Wherever it goes, And for whatever reason, it's appreciated. We do it for y'all. And so just know that ahead of time. Real quick, it was great to see us go ahead and close on that head coach, because I was starting to feel like, all right, we might be wasting a whole lot of time here. We need to start getting that together, assembling a staff so we can start getting a plan for next year moving forward. We got a whole bunch to do. Got to trim the fat off that roster. Got to assemble the coaching staff. You got to start coming up with a plan for free agency, the trade market, the draft. All that stuff has to be done. And then you got to get ready for training camp with a quarterback that's going to learn a brand new offense as a second-year quarterback. And so while there's a whole bunch of stuff to be excited about, understand, be cautious about your optimism, because it's a lot of work to be done, and we're going to be here for every last bit of it. The part that we can control, and that is giving you details on whatever direction they go as far as the coaching staff. We'll give y'all details and backgrounds on all these guys and tell you the ins and outs of any one of these coaches that's going to come in here in the next few days. And also some of the free agent targets that's going to be out there, the trade market. But where I'm going to really, really spend a whole bunch of time, that's in the draft and getting you guys these players that's available for us to get. Because I'm one of them strong proponents of we can't hold on to the number 10 pick with how many, holes that we have in the roster. I think that number 10 pick ain't nowhere near as valuable as the quantity that we need as far as the help we need to move forward. So I'm one of those guys, and I just wanted to say thank you guys one more time for coming, and look forward to some extra sauce on Wednesday. Who knows? We might have to do a breaking news story tomorrow, depending on what they do in this coaching hire cycle. Who knows? But just have your notification bells ready to go in case we have to do that. But at the very least, we'll be here Wednesday night on some extra sauce. Well, hopefully we'll be doing our first mock draft. But if we don't get mad at us. We'll see what happens, man. Depending on how the news cycle acts, we'll have to go that direction. But with that being said, I want to thank you guys one more time and leave you with these famous words. If you can think it, people, and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Don't be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are